For the powerful, crimes are those that others commit. Noam Chomsky. In this world, there are doors. Doors that lead to an abyssal darkness from which no light or soul can escape. Doors that lead to profound knowledge that will break the mind not prepared to partake. Doors that lead to a place where dreams become nightmares, and nightmares become real. In this world, a brave, unfortunate few have heard the call of weaker people. They have heard the call to save all mankind by sacrificing all they are. They have heard the call of Cthulhu. There are some in this world that would tell you that crime does not pay. There are others who would insist that crime pays a great deal. The question is, what does crime pay out? Are there some in this world whose paychecks for a day's wages in the underground life of crime is too much to cash? The great thieves in this world never cash out what they've stolen. They keep it for their own personal gain, pride, and glory. But what is the true cost of such a venture? For a crime family, the lowly street thugs and punks commit the crimes while they reap the benefits. With the boon of their crimes being raked in, they take what they have made and put it back out into the world, offering great payouts in return for something as simple as a favor. But a favor to such a family is never something so simple. Being indebted to someone of such power, stature, and of a violent temperament can be a danger. October 26th, 1923, early in the morning. Several people in the debt of the O'Bannon crime family have been called upon to settle what they owe. Except their debt is not a favor they must repay, but a wrong they must right. They are about to learn how dangerous it can be to be in the debt of a man such as Mordecai O'Leary, for O'Leary and his hammer are fierce. If these unfortunate souls cannot complete the task set forth by him, the debt will be collected in blood and flesh. These are the costs put forward for dealing in a life of crime, for failing to live up to the task, and for reaping what you sow. These are the overwhelming costs of missed dues.
There was no threat of rain on the morning of Thursday, October 26th, although the sky could fool anyone on this cold, gray day. This early in the morning, the delicious smells wafting out of Hogan's Bakery had yet to dissipate. The smell of sweet strudels and fresh bread filling the alley behind the business. The delicious smells held a grim juxtaposition, fear filling the veins of the people being strong-armed in through the back door. Led directly up the stairs at the back and down a hall, these individuals were all but thrown into the back office of the bakery. The room was tight and small, made even smaller by the stature of the men in the room and the notable size of the large wooden desks strewn with items. Although it would be impossible to focus on that now, certainly not in the presence of him. Sitting behind the desk with the chair turned and the newspaper up was the Hammer. Mordecai the Hammer O'Leary was a lieutenant for the O'Banion crime family, and even with the Arkham Gazette in front of his face, with smoke raising from behind it, he was intimidating. The room was held in silence for a moment or two, and it felt like hours. The gruff and grizzled face of O'Leary slowly came into view as he let the edges of the newspaper drop, looking up with fierce eyes. He folded the paper and placed it on the desk, pulling a claw hammer out from underneath it, rotating it in his hands, each of the individuals hoping that the color on that hammer was just rust and nothing else. A bottle of gin sat atop a stack of cash, which sat atop a copy of the Arkham Advertiser, widely regarded as the rag of the town, resting on the other side of the desk. O'Leary's gaze grazes over each of you, a grim look on his face that slowly turns into a grin. Slowly, he rises from his chair, the imposing man standing well over 6 feet, easily weighing well over 250 pounds. As he rises, he slowly begins a laugh and waves at one of his equally imposing goons standing at the door, before opening his mouth to speak, a thick Irish accent marred by a deep, grizzled voice. His laughter is the only joy in the room. If he needed ice for his gin, he could gut you and pull it from your stomach. Well, 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 Nails, look at what the cat's dragged in. He uses his hammer, waving at the people standing before him. Oh, don't look so scared now. I don't think you lot would have much to be afraid of. Millie the Slip Haggerty. It's so good seeing you again. Haven't seen you since we were in court last. And if it isn't Tommy Tells himself, you might have a right being worried being dragged here after getting in deep with our sharks. John Smith, I know what you do, and, well, you know what you did to the family. Let's not forget about the colossal mistakes that Gerard the Knuckle made with the last job we sent you on. You lot have caused me no small amount of trouble. I should whack the lot of you! And he, boom, brings his hammer down on the table beside Tommy Tells, destroying it in one swing, calming his breathing and his demeanor. But I'm a reasonable man, so I thought of a fix, me being a handyman and all. You do a little favor for me, and perhaps I find a way to forget about all the big problems you've caused. What do you say, He turns his back to you and returns to his seat. And before you have a chance to even speak, he speaks up again. Have any of you heard the name Sticky Jack? No pity. He's a small-time thief, a freelancer, mostly keeps to himself. Me and Jack, we've got an understanding, see. He don't pull nothing without my say-so, and when he does, he makes a prompt contribution to our benevolent fund, if you catch my drift. He moves the bathtub gin bottle off the cash and cracks the cork, taking a swig, seemingly unaffected. Well, one of me boys told me that Jack got offered a choice job. Some new person in town offered to reward him handsomely if he could do 3 lifts in one night. He holds a wad of cash in his hand, taken off the desk. Greed. It's the downfall of lesser men. Wouldn't you know it? He did it. 3 lifts, one night. One from a university library, another from a university museum, and the third from some professor's house. He takes out a cigarette and lights it, pulling long and hard before letting it go. That was a week ago. No one's seen hide nor hair of Jack since. He could be lying low, or he could have skipped town. I just don't know. What I do know is that he owes me. Nobody pulls jobs with him without my cut to show for it. So I think to myself, I wonder who could look into this for me. Who is it that owes me a favor? He winks. So, if you want to get square with me, and I strongly recommend that you do, you look into this for me. I want to know what he stole, and I want to know who this new player is that hired him. And I want my money. And if you can't get my money, I want what he stole. You have to the end of the week. Now get out! He screams, and as he says get out, you feel the hands of these large, imposing men take each of you by the shoulder and the forearm, strong-arming you back out of the bakery, tossing you into the alley, in the back alley, where your cars and vehicles are currently parked. And from here on in, it's up to you guys. So because it's everybody's first time playing Call of Cthulhu, I'll let you know some potential. Actually, you know what we're going to start off with is everybody's going to make a knowledge roll. So what you're going to do is you're going to take your percentile dice, your D100. You're going to roll, and you're going to check that number against your education. And then let me know what the results are.
5 less.
Okay, 5 less.
I got a 44. My education's 60.
Okay.
16 under.
16 under, okay. And Tommy No-Tells, Baron. Baron. I think he forgot that he put on push to talk.
Sorry. Sorry, I got 39 difference.
Tommy No-Tell's been hitting the sauce a little bit.
39 difference, plus or like, are you within the skill?
Yeah, so my education is 85, and I got 46 on the roll.
Okay, so you've of those who rolled, many of you have heard the name in town, and you think that it might not be a bad idea to ask around, see if you can find some of your contacts and see if they know anything about this Sticky Jack person. However, Tommy No-Tells, you have heard this name before, and you recognize it as you've heard this name spoken at Sacred Heart Church. And you think to yourself, maybe he's been to Sacred Heart Church before.
Okay.
Do we know that Baron has heard this name before?
No, so Baron, none of you have like met each other until now. You've just been thrown into this situation together, and you're like, "What the hell is going on?" Like, none of you really are familiar with it. You might have heard each other's names before, but you've never met each other before. So you don't know what each other knows. So you guys can talk about what it is in fact that you do know. So some of you think to go hit the town and ask about Sticky Jack, but Tommy knows that Sticky Jack has gone to his church.
Okay, I get it. So then I could just like volunteer that information to the rest of them, or
You
I don't
absolutely
have to?
can, yeah, if you want.
Okay, but I don't have to.
All right, boys. And gal, I don't know what you guys are good at, but I do know how I'm gonna try and solve this problem. Not sure I need the rest of you right now. Um, I'll be back at my shop if you need me. And my guy starts to walk away.
Okay.
Just like the older gentlemen, always thinking they know how to solve it on their own.
Ooh. You guys can try and stop him by calling out for like you could try and intimidate him. You could try and you could interact with him. Like he's walking away. You were just threatened with very serious bodily harm, and he's just walking away from this job. How are you going to react?
Okay, so we kind of have free reign, right? So I keep interrupting, but like I'm just trying to figure this out.
Yeah. So you have free reign to decide what happens next.
Okay.
Do I have my gun on me?
Your gun is in your truck.
Ah, damn.
Hey, John Smith, where do you think you're going?
Well, like I said, I think I know how I can handle this situation. And it seems like I would follow my course of action. But you guys seem to have nothing to offer. You got out here and we just decided. I looked around and decided, I can at least do what I can. And that's back at my shop.
Have any of you guys ever met this Sticky Jack character?
Nope. Never.
Not once.
I've heard of him a couple times at my church, but I've never actually talked to him.
Well, here, I'll let you in on a little what I do. The man lifted 3 items, and he's going to need to get those items pawned off somehow. Because no man's just going to keep something if he takes it for someone.
Okay, so I'm going to say, because you just said that, roll for no.
No? Like knowledge?
Knowledge, yeah.
Okay. 38 and knowledge is where?
Is education.
Oh, okay. 60. So 38 to 60.
Regular success. So you kind of catch yourself while you're walking away and you realize you are the primary fence that the family goes through whenever they're trying to fence stolen goods. You're the primary sort of launderer of fenced goods. You also know that you have seen the Sticky Jack character before, and he tends to come in with the stolen goods within a day of stealing them. And he hasn't been seen in a week.
Okay. You see, Sticky Jack would have brought those in by now. And so I'm going to go to my other patrons. They would probably know at least something about what happened with him.
Does anybody have go to any of the speakeasies in town?
I do.
You could think about going to a speakeasy and seeing if they the speakeasy that you tend to go to. You can go to that speakeasy and ask around at the speakeasy. It's a good way to find contacts. It's currently really early in the morning, so there might not be anybody there, but...
Look, gentlemen, I frequent a speakeasy in town, and I think that if we're trying to find someone who's a little underground might be the right place to start. So, a little early in the morning right now, but how's about later on? We all meet there and ask a couple questions.
I'm also going to call for everybody to make an idea roll just to back you up just a little bit more, just because we're a little bit stuck. So everybody roll and check the number against the intelligence.
40 of 80.
Okay, so a hard success.
14 of 55.
Okay, so that's a hard success.
53 of 70.
Okay, regular success. And Baron?
What are we supposed to check this against? Intelligence.
Intelligence.
Okay, so I rolled an 85 out of 65.
Okay, so you don't really come up with any ideas. However, Gerard comes up with the idea that it's probably not a bad idea to ask around the speakeasies that he knows. So you know of 2 speakeasies in town, as you are a rum runner, Gerard. You know of the North Side Speakeasy that Millie is speaking of, and you know of Sycamore's Speakeasy, which is on the south side of town. The other 2 get the idea. So John Smith and Millie both come up with the idea at the same time. Great minds think alike. To go to the local newspaper, the Arkham Gazette and the Arkham Advertiser, where if there was a major burglary in town, maybe they reported it. So there's a few places you guys can go and check. Tommy, you know of Sacred Heart Church. You know it's at Lich and Parsonage Streets, which is in the south side of town on the left side of the map. The North Side Speakeasy is at Hyde and Garrison, which is not a very far walk from you guys. And Sycamore's is at Southwest Street and West Main Street, which is on the south side of town. As for the Gazette, you'll find that at Marsh Street and East High Lane in near Independence Square. And the Arkham Advertiser at West Kerwin Street and North Garrison Street. So that's also very close. So I know that's a lot to sort of digest, but you guys can go and check the newspapers. You can go check the speakeasies. You'll most likely find some contacts there.
It's early in the morning. I think the newspapers might have more for us right now.
I agree.
I definitely would rather meet up at a newspaper than a speakeasy.
I'm fine with this.
Okay, so which newspaper? So the closest newspaper would be the Arkham Advertiser in West Kerwin and North Garrison, it looks like. Yeah,
All
so
right.
that's only a block away from you guys. There's a red building on the street corner at West Kerwin and North Garrison. If you follow North Garrison, so North Garrison and West Hyde, follow North Garrison up 1 block, that's West Kerwin. It's the red building. So that's the Arkham Advertiser.
Let's go.
All right, guys, the Arkham Advertiser's just up the block if we want to walk there from here.
I do like a short walk.
For all you who are unaware, Gerard the Knuckle has 1 leg.
Outstanding.
Yeah, so walking's about the easiest thing in the world for him. He's got a peg leg. So you guys sort of hobble up and along. By the time you get up there, after you've been discussing what's going on for a while, it's about 9:30 in the morning. You guys get up to this building. It's a big red brick building, and in the stonework of this beautiful stone arch that's offset by the red brick, you see Arkham Advertiser in the stonework of the building itself in raised stone. And there's a double door entrance.
I'm going to walk in and see if there's like a receptionist at the front desk.
Sure thing. So you walk in, and when you walk in, how do you approach? There is a receptionist behind the desk, but she doesn't look up at you immediately. She seems like middle-aged woman. She's kind of like working on her typewriter, and she seems kind of lost in her work.
I'm going to ask her, I'm going to tap on the desk and ask her if any of the reporters are in from last night.
Okay, so she looks up at you as you tap, and she listens to what you say, and she says, "Not from last night, no, but there are some of the morning reporters in right now. Did you need to speak with one of them?"
Absolutely, I'd love to.
Okay. She says okay, and she gets up and she walks. She sort of rounds the desk, and behind the desk, like in the way that the building is set up, is the main hall is very big and open. There's a desk right at the front entrance, and behind the desk is this large middle of the building staircase with 2 beautiful railings going upwards, and it splits off at the landing, and the staircase splits left and right going up at the landing for the 2nd floor above. So you see her sort of disappear. And as she disappears, she comes back down after about 5 minutes with a reporter in tow. She's a very young and pretty person. She has her hair up in a bun. She's got these glasses, these big green eyes, and she seems kind of excited to be coming downstairs. And she says, "Hi, my name is Susie. Can I help you?"
Hi, Susie. Is there anywhere we could talk a little more privately?
Certainly. Can I ask what this is regarding?
I would definitely love to tell you, but not within earshot of so many people.
Certainly. Why don't we just step off into the side office here? So she sort of opens the door to the side office and ushers you inside and closes the door. Is this about the Breakton story?
I'm not exactly sure what you're calling the Breakton story. A friend of mine has seemed to gone missing. You see, I run a shop downtown, and he was supposed to come in the other day, and he didn't.
Oh, I see. Well, are you looking to file a missing persons story in our paper?
Well, I'd like to hear about this Brixton event because it sounds like if something went down, maybe he was a part of it.
The Brixton event is it's a concert. What sort of things would be going down that he would be a part of with a concert? She asks you sort of questioningly, and you can sort of see the sparkle in her eye as it's almost like she can tell like there's a different story about what you're talking about, and she's good. It's almost like she's got this. You get actually roll for psychology real quick.
I got a 20. Where is my psychology?
It should be under P.
I have 10%, so I failed.
Okay, so you don't really know what her attitude is, but she seems very excited at the prospect of a different story having come in. And while we're waiting on that, what are you three up to? So you guys are currently at outside the building. So if you guys are interested, you guys can go over to there is the North Side Speakeasy. You guys could head down there, or you guys could stick together and just wait for him to come back out of the building. It's up to you.
So, what do you guys say that we head down to the speakeasy, or would you guys want to go inside and see if he needs any help in there?
He don't want our help. Let's go to the speakeasy.
Okay, so which speakeasy would you? Is it the two of you, or are all three of you gonna leave John Smith to his own vices?
What about you, Millie?
I feel like we shouldn't split up, but I also know that the speakeasy you're going to is the one I suggested.
How about we wait till John's done and then we go to the speakeasy together afterwards?
What, so he can ditch us again? Hold on the information for himself? Nah, I'm going to the speakeasy.
Either that, or we could go inside and try to
Well,
speak with someone else.
Millie knows that where the speakeasy is. So if you guys were to split up and go down to the speakeasy, she could just bring John with her.
All right, Gerald, you want to go to the speakeasy? Let's go. We'll leave her here.
Let's do
We'll
it.
meet up with you later.
Millie, do you decide to stand outside of the building, or are you gonna go in?
No, I'm gonna go in.
Okay. So when you go in, the receptionist looks up and goes, "Hi, may I help you?"
By any chance, does this paper have an editor on site?
Well, we have one of the editor is currently out right now, but there are reporters in. Do you have a story for us, or is there something you need to talk to somebody about?
I'd like to talk to one of your reporters, but any chance you could find me one who's a guy?
Let me see if there's a gentleman upstairs who's willing to come down. So there's she slips away from the desk and once again runs upstairs, and you're standing there for about 5 minutes in quiet before she comes back downstairs, very prim and proper in her steps, and tailing her is this kind of suave, kind of pompous looking guy with his hair slicked back, and like he's sort of straightening his tie, and when he sees you he kind of straightens his jacket and stands up straight, and he goes, "Well, it's been a while since I've been called upon by such a young beautiful miss. May I have your name, please?"
Millie.
"Millie, what can I do for you, and know that I'll do anything I can for you, Millie."
You see, I'm absolutely taken aback because I found out that one of my friends has gone missing, and I just figured who better would know what's going on in this town than a fine reporter like yourself.
Oh, well, roll for charm. And what'd you get?
20 of 60.
Okay, so that is a hard success. So he is he kind of looks at you and he kind of he almost seems like he's swooning for a second before he regains composure and he says, "Well, you know, as a reporter, as an investigative reporter such as I am, looking into missing people is something that is better suited to the police, but it's something that I would be more than willing to look into you for, Millie. What's your friend's name? Do you know?"
What's his name?
So you know him as Sticky Jack.
Sticky Jack, that's right. He goes by Sticky Jack.
Okay, so he hears the name and he kind of his face kind of changes like from this smile and this swoon to like almost like a look of shock, and he goes, "Oh goodness, tell me you're not caught up with all those awful gangsters, are you?"
Of course not. Look at me. Why would I run with a gang like that?
Well,
I
why
got
would
plenty going on.
so fast talk, please?
0, 5,
Yeah. So what did you roll?
92.
So he kind of shakes his head and goes, "Oh, darling, I'm my little darling. I'm so sorry you're caught up with all those awful people. Woman like you shouldn't be caught up with an underbelly like that. Um, why is it that you're looking for him?"
He was supposed to stop by my friend's shop the other day, and he never showed up, and it's been a week, and we're all just worried sick about him.
Well, I can't tell you. The last time I ran a story about Sticky Jack was when he broke into a house about 6 months ago. And he was arrested and he was tried and found guilty of break and enter and sentenced to 3 months in the local prison upstate. But I haven't heard of his name in any time in the last little while. And while you're having this conversation with him, let's get back to John Smith. So, John, you're standing with this very excited reporter, very excitable reporter, and she's kind of standing there going, like, you know, is there another story that's going on? Do you have any questions that? So, tell you what, why don't you go ahead and tell me why you're really here, Mr. Smith?
Well, like I said, a friend of mine has gone missing. His name is Sticky Jack, and I heard he went upstate a little bit ago,
Well,
but
so
I heard he was out. So he was supposed to stop by my shop, and he hasn't.
Well, we ran a story about Sticky Jack going upstate about about 6 months ago when he was tried and found guilty. I think it was a burglary or something like that he had committed. Why are you looking for a burglar?
Well, like I said, he is my friend, and I was trying to get him to go straight, which is why I was supposed to stop by my shop.
Roll for fast talk.
Fast talk. I got an 18, and I have a 50.
Okay, let me see what Susie gets for psychology. Okay, so she kind of looks at you questioningly for a second and sort of looks up and down your stature, and you can tell she's judging your appearance, but she seems to believe what you said, and she goes, "Okay, well, I can understand why you're looking for him. Um, there was that recent burglary that occurred. Do you think he had anything to do with that?"
I sure hope not. Like I said, I've been trying to get him to go by the right. I wanted him to join my shop so he had some kind of means. What
Well,
other burglary was going on?
Well, there was the double theft that occurred recently. We ran a story about that in our newspaper. Did you not? Have you not picking up your copies of the Arkham Advertiser?
I have not yet today. I was just too worried about him, so I thought I wanted to talk to someone in person because
Well,
sometimes you can't get everything from the paper itself.
we ran this story about a week ago, is when the burglary occurred. Do you think Sticky Jack had something to do with it?
I hope not. Do you still have copies of last week's newspaper?
We have copies stretching all the way back to 6 months ago. All we have to do is go and search through the newspaper morgue.
Oh, well, thank you very much for your help. I will definitely do that.
Well, the newspaper morgue is something that only we have access to. Did you need me to go and look something up for you?
Yes, if you could. If you could bring me the article about the two robberies, I would be much obliged.
Persuade. Roll for persuade.
91 and I have a 20, so that did not happen.
What? So she kind of looks at you and goes, "What do I get in it for return?" So if I go and get you this newspaper clipping, what are you going to do for me?
Well, I'm not exactly sure what I can do for you, ma'am. I do own a rather nice shop and he'll slip her $10 out of his cash.
Okay, so that's it for your cash for the day. You won't be able to afford anything
Yep,
else.
that's my spending level. So
Yeah. So yeah, so she kind of she looks at the $10 bill and she looks at you and goes, "What kind of woman do you take me for?" While slowly taking the $10 bill and pocketing it. And she opens the door and loudly throughout the building, or loud enough, she goes, "You, sir, it's time for you to leave." And as she says that out loud, she looks at you and goes, "Meet me in the back alley in 5 minutes."
I'll just, ma'am, I'm so sorry to have offended you, and I'll start heading out the door.
Okay. And Millie, you would have seen this occurring as well. So do you sort of wait? Do you, when you turn around, you see Millie standing there with this gentleman? Do you kind of wave at her to follow you, or do you just walk and leave out the building as though you don't know her?
I will walk out the building and leave as if I don't know her, but I'll stand by the front door and wait for her to see if she comes with.
Okay. So
For about 8 minutes, and then I'll head around back.
okay. While you head out of the building, we're gonna get to Gerard and Tommy, who have now just pulled up to the North Side Speakeasy. Who was driving? Was it Tommy or was it Gerard? Which car did you take?
My car.
Okay. So, Tommy, your car is still going to be parked in behind the bakery, but the Northside Speakeasy is not very far away. So you're over at, I believe, Lick and Parsonage. Let me just find out real quick. Oh my goodness. Where is it? There it is. So you guys appear at the Hyde and Garrison, and what you're standing in front of is a rather large department store. And both of you know for a fact that in order to get into this speakeasy, where there's gambling and there's drinking and all sorts of stuff, you have to go down. There's the back alley, and at the back alley, there is a door with a tiny little viewing window on it. You have to knock on this door.
All right, Gerard, let's go in.
I knock 3 times.
So as you knock 3 times, almost to the beat on what would have been the 4th knock, the window slides open and he looks at 2 of you, and you recognize this person, Gerard, because you run rum for these people, as Frank.
Hey, Frank.
Well, hi there, Gerard. What brings you here so early in the morning? We don't have a shipment coming in for another few hours.
I'm here for a drink.
It's 10 in the morning.
I know what time it is.
All right. Well, we don't start serving drinks until 8 o'clock at night, so why are you here so early? And don't think I don't know that you don't have rum in your pocket.
All right. Aside from having a couple drinks, we're here to inquire about a certain individual.
Somebody that you're a common acquaintance with?
I'm sure you've heard of Sticky Jack.
He looks at you for a second through the gate, and then he closes the window, and you hear ka-chink, 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 all these sort of locks that are obviously having to be undone. And after about 60 seconds of this sounds of locks being undone, this big, heavy metal door squeaks open, and you see this relatively large-looking man behind the door, and he kind of leans against the door frame, and he goes, "What are you doing looking for Sticky Jack?"
Well, you see, he's behind a couple of thefts, and I need to know where he is.
I mean, fair enough. I mean, if you're going to talk to anybody, you might as well talk to Mike Caphole. I think he's still here from the night before.
All right. Take me to him, please.
Well, we don't normally let people in, even if they deliver rum to us. Why don't you go ahead and roll for persuade?
I have a 10. I rolled a 59.
Okay, so he kind of stands there looking at you, and he goes, "Well, I mean, you do realize that we don't let people in this time of day. I mean, I can't make exceptions for anybody. I'm here to guard this place, not let everybody in, every Tom, Dick, and Harry.
Surely, you take cash?
I've been known to take cash from time to time. How much you want to try and bribe him with?
Let me see how much I got.
You should have 10, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Let's go for 5.
Okay, so he looks at the $5 bill, and he takes it in his hand, and he goes, "What kind of cheap guardman do you take me for? You can't buy me off with $5."
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah. Who are you?
My name's Tommy, but I think I could maybe help in the funds here.
How are you planning on doing that, Tommy?
I pull out $10 and hand it to him.
So he takes the $10 and he goes, "That's more like it. I'm not no cheap guard." And he kind of turns around and walks in and just leaves the door open.
I hobble in after the guy.
Okay, so as you walk in, there's this staircase that descends down, and it's kind of like a really awkward staircase, especially for you, Gerard. Tommy begins walking down the stairs holding onto the handrails like no problem because he's quite adept at it, but considering the fact that you have one leg, how do you want to tackle these stairs? Like one stair at a time? Are you going to walk at the same pace?
Oh no, I'm going slow. I've gotta be safe. Take my time.
Hey,
Hey, Gerard, you better be careful here with your one leg. These stairs go down.
And as I'm as I'm hobbling down, clearly grimacing in pain, I mutter under my breath, "Fucking hate stairs."
Okay. So, you make it to the bottom of the stairs and you enter into this beautiful sort of smoky room, and it's tables adorned with red tablecloths and a stage set up on the back wall for bands to play, and it's this beautiful establishment. They even have like a traditional bar set up against the opposite wall of the stage, and behind that bar you see this tall drink of water, this guy, and you recognize this guy as the bartender, Mike Catpole.
I walk up to him and I say, "Hey Mike, how's it going?"
Oh, hey Gerard. I wasn't expecting you until noon.
"Yeah, well, something came up. Mind if we talk?"
Oh, what can I do for you guys? I know it's a little early. Can I interest any of you guys in a drink?
Hell yes, you can.
Okay, so he started. How do you want your drink today, Gerard?
On a whiskey neat.
So he opens this there's this like big cask on the back wall and with a little tap in it, and he turns it, and as he does, this strong liquid begins to pour out, and he closes it and he gives you a shot of whiskey. And Tommy, what would you like?
Could I get a glass of gin?
So he does the same thing with a separate cask. He opens it up, pours this cask of gin. He turns and looks. "You sure you don't want any tonic water with this? It's a lot stronger than it normally is."
Sure, I'll take some tonic in that.
So he turns around and he starts pouring the tonic in, and he makes you a tall gin and tonic, and turns around and hands the whiskey and the gin and tonic to both of you.
Thank you, sir.
I instantly down my shot.
So what brings you in? What do you need to talk to me about?
You've heard of these series of thefts that have occurred recently?
Yeah, I read something about it in the papers.
Well, we know Sticky Jack is behind it.
Oh, Sticky Jack? I'm afraid I don't know that name too well. Who's Sticky Jack? Roll for psychology.
All right.
Both you and Tommy, you can both roll for psychology.
I got a 50, I got a 56.
Okay. Tommy, what's your psychology?
I rolled 45 out of 40.
Okay, so you both kind of get the idea. Now, here's something that we can do. Of it, Tommy, if you want, you missed your roll by what? 4 points or 5 points?
5 points. 5 points.
If you want, you can take your luck score and spend 5 points of luck to make that a success. That is an option that you have. You lower your luck skill and turn that into a success.
Let's do that. I'm going to take 5 and make it a success.
Sure thing. So, Gerard, you don't really pick up anything different, but as Tommy's watching as Tommy's watching Mike talk, he notices that when he says, "No, I haven't ever heard of that name," that his eyes darted to the left. And Tommy recognizes this as this guy is lying.
Are you sure you've never heard of him? Just curious.
Why don't you go ahead and give me a persuade check, Tommy?
I rolled 43 out of 10, so bad.
Okay. So he seems to be tight-lipped. He doesn't seem to want to be sharing any information with you. It's at this time that Millie realizes she's not getting very far with this gentleman. He seems to be more interested in the potential of dating her than actually following through with any further information. So, Millie, it's up to you. Do you just want to sort of leave it where it is and then go join John Smith?
I thank you for your time, good sir, but I don't think you know what I need you to know. So I thank you for your time, and I'll see you later.
Well, please feel free to come back anytime, young miss. And he sort of sees you off as you leave through the door and rejoin John Smith. And as you two do, you guys walk around the backside of the building. And as you walk around the backside of the building, the back door entrance swings open, and there's this reporter with a piece of paper in her hand. And she walks over to you guys, and she goes, "Oh, so you two were together? Well, that's interesting. I have what you came here for. I want to know what I get in return."
Well, you do know that the world works on favors, and I happen to know a lot of people. So the next time I get some information, you'll be the first woman I tell.
Okay, well, that's interesting to me. When's the next time you're going to get any information that's relevant to me, though?
Oh, I get information all the time. I'm sure I can oblige you within the week. Something interesting.
Okay, fair enough. Why don't you go ahead? Do you have persuade as a skill, John?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead and give me a persuade check. See if you can persuade her to giving you what you want.
I got a 1, which is lucky because my persuade's only 20.
You got a 1?
Yeah, 001.
Okay, wow. So she kind of looks at you and goes, "All right, fair enough. I managed to find a little bit of extra information for you. So you get that, but you're also going to get another." She pulls out another piece of paper from her back pocket and hands it to Millie. So you each have a newspaper article in your hand, and she says, our competitors ran this story. I found a copy of the newspaper in the garbage the other day, and I held on to it just for shits and giggles. I like to read the competitors' paper and see how I can one-up them. So I managed to find that from their paper. So you each have a newspaper article, and you can both read them as you see fit. You can either read them out loud and see or you can wait until you guys all meet up together.
I will tell her I thank her for her time, and I'll pull out my card for my business.
Okay.
And hand it to her, and say, if you need to get a hold of me, you'll know where I am now.
Oh, yes, I will. Thank you. It's nice to know that you run the pawn shop downtown.
Yep.
Okay. And she kind of turns away and she says, "Remember, within the week."
Within the week, ma'am.
Thank you. And she closes the door and disappears. And you two are left standing in the back alley.
Seems
All
like
right.
you got a lot farther than I did.
I don't know. The way that man was looking at you, it looked like you might have gotten farther.
The other two took off to the speakeasy down the street. They want us to meet them there when we're done.
Understandable. The young seem to think that if you just wave a little bit of money around and throw around your name, you can get whatever you want. he says, knowing exactly what he just did, and nods his head and says, "We should probably bail him out."
I know the way.
Okay, so as you guys begin walking to the speakeasy, let's get back to the scene at the speakeasy. The bartender's standing behind the table, behind the bar, not budging on what Tommy is picking up that he might know about Sticky Jack. And as he's standing there, he kind of looks at both of you and goes, "Listen, I don't know. If you guys are asking me questions, it's just that I don't remember." And as he says, "I don't remember," he stares at his at a jar on the counter, and the jar is filled with like quarters and $1 bills.
So like a tip jar.
Yeah.
You much of a gambling man, sir?
Gambling man. I've been known to gamble from time to time. Why do you ask?
I was just curious, just wondered if maybe you'd take me up on a little bit of a wager.
What wager would you want that to be?
We both draw 2 cards. The one with the higher card gets what they need.
Okay, that seems fair. Well, what I need is a nice new shirt for tonight, so call it $5, and we'll call it even. Yeah, and I'll give you what you seem to be looking for.
Hey Gerard, I spent all the cash I had on me earlier. You think you could cover me for this $5 if we need it?
I got you, man.
Thank you, Gerard. All right. In return, if I win, you tell us what you know.
Fair enough. I like the way you think. Deal. So, do you have a deck of cards? Because I don't.
Yes, sir. I've got one in my back pocket.
All right. Well, I want Gerard to shuffle them.
All right, Gerard. Here you go.
The sound.
Shuffle the cards.
And then who do you
I
hand them?
wanted him to do the sound effects.
All right. Here we go. We each take 1 card off the top of the deck. No dealing. Deal?
Fair enough.
All right. So, he takes his card off the top of the deck, and he holds it to his chest.
All right. I'll grab my one.
Okay. Roll your D100s.
I got 55.
Okay, so we're gonna say that you drew the 9 of hearts. All right. Okay, and we lay down. Ready?
All right.
3, 2, 1. He lays down his card, and it reveals the 8 of clubs.
All right there. Looks like I went.
All right. Well, never bet with a gambling man, I guess. You want to know about Sticky Jack? I'll tell you what I know about Sticky Jack. He only came in from time to time, and only when he was fresh off a job, flush with cash. But I haven't seen him in going on 6 months now. He'd when he came in, flush with cash, he'd come in wearing his best duds and buy rounds for everybody in the joint, which is why I remember him. That being said, a little while ago, about 2 weeks ago, there was another guy who came in looking for Sticky Jack.
Do you know what his name was?
I don't know. My memory's a little hazy, and he looks at his tip jar again.
Gerard says, "We don't have time for this," and he grabs the man by his shirt,
Okay.
trying to intimidate him.
Okay, so go ahead. So you reach over the bar and grab him by the scruff of the neck, basically, and pull him towards you?
Yeah.
Give me an intimidate check.
Okay. It's a 50, and I got a 37.
Okay, so you succeeded?
Yes.
Okay, so he immediately goes, okay, ease up. It was this smart guy, southern accent. He had greased back hair, goatee, mustache. Whoever he was educated in mind and voice. He wasn't a gangster. His name was Jacob Smith. He just moved to town.
See, that wasn't so bad, was it?
No, it wasn't. Now I really do need a new shirt.
We appreciate your cooperation.
Yeah, you're welcome. Anytime. Gerard, next time you deliver me liquor, please don't ruin my shirts, yeah?
You got it, buddy.
All right. You guys take care. And he
Yes,
turns
sir.
around and he starts like wiping down the bar again.
Is there anyone else in the bar we could maybe talk to?
So you see a scary group of thugs over in the corner, and you recognize them as the bouncers of the club. But you've got a lot of information already, and you don't think that that the bouncers of this bar would know anything less than Mike Catpole.
Yeah, it's
Or
probably
anything.
this well I think is run dry there, Tommy.
I think you're right, Gerald.
So are you guys gonna head out?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So as you guys head up the stairs slowly for Gerard, who again mutters under his breath,
Fucking stairs.
how much he hates stairs. You guys get up to the top, and as you do, you see John and Millie coming down the back alley towards you.
How did you guys make out at the newspaper office?
John made out a hell of a lot richer than I did.
But you both came out with something.
Tell us what you learned.
Yeah, because he rolled a critical success, it just so happened that the reporter at the Arkham Advertiser had the Rivals paper of that day.
Can you believe this? The dog ate all the pies? It's crazy.
Old Smokey. We used to call him Smokey because he would crawl in the chimneys and eat the wood out of them.
You got wood in your chimneys? Isn't that a fire hazard?
In the fireplace. Okay, it's a dead end. I don't know why.
Okay,
Way to
so
focus on the important part of the article, gentlemen.
Oh yeah, of course.
I haven't read the important part yet. I was freaking Smokey the dog. Okay, let me see.
This is very interesting information. We also came up with a name. You guys ever hear of Jacob Smith? He's not related to you, is he?
Everybody make a hard no roll. So make an education check at hard difficulty.
Apparently the dice hate me. Now I got a 99.
Okay.
So that's not happening.
So hard is the top of the ones on the right? Like,
Yeah, you're doing a half. So if your education's 80, a hard roll would be 40. If your education was 60, your hard roll would be 30.
I got 11 to 38.
I got 17 out of 42.
45 out of 76.
Did you guys make who was it that made a hard check?
I did.
Millie did.
Okay, so I'm gonna type to you what you know.
Okay.
Monstrous.
Yeah, I got 17 out of 42, so that's pretty good too, I think. I rolled a 17 out of 42.
Yeah, that's a hard success.
It's interesting you say that because I know that a new mission recently opened up in town. One of my gal pals goes to it and talks about how she could listen to the Reverend's deep Southern accent for ages and ages.
Okay, so how about you guys go over what information you know and what your next course of action might be?
So we know that the 3 robberies that took place, let's see, all happened in connection with Miskatonic University. One in the library, one in the museum, and one in a professor's office.
Well, specifically the home of that professor.
Yeah. But he's a professor at Miskatonic, so he's tied to the university.
Yes, he is.
Do any of you guys know this professor?
I do not.
You can. I'm gonna say everybody. Nobody here has an education that is university, right?
I don't think so, no.
No, I don't think any of you. You're all sort of school of hard knocks, so nobody would know this guy. No.
Should we try to find him, or?
I suppose it can't hurt to visit the university. Maybe try to find one of these people.
Do you want to tell him what we learned first, Gerard, before we go down that path?
Yeah, so we uncovered that there's someone else looking for Sticky Jack by the name of Jacob Smith. Wears his hair all slicked back. Real gangster type, I guess.
No, he's the opposite of a gangster.
Opposite of a gangster.
Real reverend type.
He's a reverend.
Maybe with a southern accent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You had never heard of him, John Smith, have you? Being that you got the same last name and stuff.
You know how many people have the last name Smith?
I'm just asking. Just asking.
We got to be thorough.
I would also like to apologize to you guys. Those who were in the pub, I forgot to impart another piece of information for you that I'm going to give you now. Sticky Jack, whenever he came into that bar, would generally show up with his best friend, whose name was Greasy Spoon.
The bartender also told us that he always brought a friend with him called Greasy Spoon. Any of you ever heard of him?
Everybody can make a no roll, regular difficulty.
I made it by 1.
Okay.
16 of. Is that education or ID?
Yeah, education. Yeah, 16
So,
of.
16 of 76.
Okay. Anyone else?
41 of 76.
You got a 1 out of 76?
41.
41 out of 76. Okay, so all of you know the name Greasy Spoon. Greasy Spoon, Sticky Jack, thick as thieves. Like that, you guys know that those two work together, generally speaking. And 2, Millie knows that Greasy Spoon can generally be found relieving wallets off of students at the university campus. She's seen him do it before.
I've seen Greasy Spoon go to the university and rob those poor students blind right in front of their faces. It's very interesting and little impressive, but I think that might be a good place to start.
So, pickpocket time.
It's also around noon, just so you guys know.
Yes, pickpocket. Talks to them the whole time, makes off with their wallet, never the wiser.
Well, I think we should probably talk to that professor as well as Greasy Spoon, and maybe even see what we can find at the library, since that's another place that I frequent that has been stolen from, so they might give us some more information. But before we go to any of them, I might want to write up some papers. So if I could head back to my shop, that'd be nice.
What do you need to write up?
Uh, just some credentials, maybe.
I
Forgery?
see what you mean.
John Smith, you enjoy going to the library, right?
Yes, I do.
Give me a library check.
41 out of 50 for the highest. 25 is the hard.
So you passed it.
Yes.
So
I have a 50.
you've tried to go to this university in the past to go to their, because they have in the library they have an ancient book collection, and you've tried to get into it before, but you know that without a signed document from one of the university professors, you can't get in.
All right. So I'm going to see. Maybe we can get an audience with the professor himself. And could one of you guys get me maybe something with a signature on it? I'm not the greatest at sleight of hand, but if I had that, we could get into the section of the library that it was stolen from.
It's funny you say that. I am an excellent sleight of hand.
I've been known to sleight some hand.
So you guys, there's some people that know sleight of hand tricks and stuff like that here.
Alrighty. So one of you two come with me to the professor, see if we can get some information. But first, like I said, I want to stop by my office at my shop.
You guys want to meet back together, or do you want to all go?
How about we say in an hour we meet at the place?
Sounds good. You guys want to grab some lunch?
With what money?
Gerard's paying.
I got $5.
Gerard's paying.
We're gonna get some saltine crackers.
Actually, Millie hasn't paid any money out, so
You usually don't gotta grease palms when you look like this.
Ooh, that's a good point.
I wouldn't know much about that.
No, I suppose you wouldn't.
Ooh, shots fired. All right, so let's say that where are you guys planning on meeting? You guys plan where in the universe? Where do you guys want to meet at the university? So the university is at the south end of the south end. You'll see there's actually Miskatonic campus. You guys will see a section of the map called Miskatonic campus.
I guess we could meet at the big clock tower thing in the middle and then head to that professor's office.
Yeah, let's meet at the clock tower in Miskatonic at let's what do you say, about 1 o'clock?
It's fine with me.
Millie, while you're doing that for the hour, what if you go and try and contact this friend who goes to that mission?
Yeah, no problem.
Just a suggestion.
I'm gonna go talk to my friend who is enamored with this southern-speaking professor.
Reverend.
Reverend. Preacher man.
Okay, so you guys all split up your separate ways. The people who need to grab their necessary items, you guys go and grab those. Those of you who go and get your vehicles, you go and get those. And Millie, let's go and let's do a little bit of a role play. So you pull up to your friend's place. We're gonna say that she lives on the north side, near Independence Square. How does that sound?
Okay.
So she lives on the opposite side of Independence Square to the east, in the little neighborhood there, on Watery Street.
Okay.
So you go up to there's this tiny little bungalow house, and there's a nice little walk going up to the front of the house with this little railing going up the stairs, and it's this tiny little bungalow, very very small, but it looks very very cozy, almost like a little cottage.
Okay. I walk up the staircase and gently knock on the door.
Okay, and perfect. So you hear just a second, and you hear sort of like stuff shuffling around, and this door opens, and there's this stunning little thing on the other side of the door, and she goes, "Millie, it's so good to see you.
It's been forever, too long.
It's been too long. I did go and see your show though the other night. That was so much fun. I had such a good time there. Thank you for inviting me.
Oh, I'm so glad you enjoyed it.
I'm glad that you came by. What brings you over? Would you like some tea?"
Yes, absolutely.
So she waves you in and walks back to the kitchen and puts on starts filling the kettle with water. So what brings you by my place?
I just remembered you talking to me a little bit about that new mission that just opened up.
Oh yes, the new mission. Yes. You're talking about the Temple of Hope over at on East College.
Yes, that one.
Yes. Did you want to come and join? Did you want to join me? I'm going to a prayer meeting there at 2 p.m. today.
I was thinking about it, but I just wanted a little more information. Can you just tell me about it?
Oh, he is just the most. He talks a lot about hope, and and whenever he talks, there's something about him that just fills me with hope, and it's just. Oh, his accent is just to die for, but it's so much more than his accent. His words just have this power over me. It's so incredible. Roll for psychology.
Oh. $55 of 10.
Okay. So, you know this person to be very, very excitable. And she tends to exaggerate a little bit, but she does seem pretty excited at the prospect of bringing her friend over to the prayer meeting.
Okay. What happens at these prayer meetings?
Oh, it's simple. We state what we hope for most in the world, and we pray. And there's music and all sorts of other nice things that occur. But generally speaking, we pray and we all chant together. It's it might seem a little silly to an outsider at first, but you might be surprised. I was very surprised my first time going there myself.
What was it like? Just coming and just you'd never been there before.
Oh, it's a little house off of East College Street, but it's generally speaking, you just go in through the front door and you're in the reception hall almost right off the bat. And it's a small reception hall, but a small group of people all come. It's very funny. A lot of there are employees that work there, and they all wear white. It's a little bit funny that way, but I find that I'm starting to wear white now. Even I'm just hopeful, and I want to be bright these days, so I wear white now these days too.
And you say the Reverend has a southern accent?
Yes. Oh my God, the most southern accent to die for, darling.
What's his name?
Jacob Smith.
Okay. Well, I mean, it does sound absolutely uplifting, if nothing else.
What's wonderful. Yeah, they have prayer meetings every day, sometimes multiple times a day.
Multiple times a day.
Yeah.
Hmm. Well, I don't know if I can make it at 2 today. I do have some other appointments, but when else could I make it?
Well, there's one at 6 tonight and I think 10 tomorrow morning as well.
Okay. Well, I'm hoping I will meet you there either tonight or tomorrow morning, my dear.
Oh, that would be so wonderful. I'd be so excited to have you come with me.
Absolutely.
Well, okay, so you let's say that you guys have been drinking tea this whole time and just sort of catching up and doing all that sort of stuff. And very quickly, the hour comes to a draw, and you know that you still have a bit of a ways to go in order to get to Miskatonic campus.
Okay. I do need to take my leave of you. I have some appointments I need to keep, but this has been an absolutely wonderful diversion.
Oh, and I'm so excited at the prospect that you and I might be able to pray together, Millie. You take care now.
Absolutely. You as well, hon.
Okay, take care. And she sees you out of the door and closes the door behind you as you leave.
Okay. And then I
All right.
will make my way to the clock tower.
Sure thing. So, let's say that what did everybody go and do while that was occurring? So, John Smith went back to his store. John, did you get your forgery kit?
I got my forgery kit and I prepped stuff. So I wanted to write a forged letter saying I was a reporter because usually you have some kind of credentials.
Okay.
So when we go visit the professor, I have a reason for being there.
Okay.
And then the second
So-
thing was getting a paper ready saying I could go into that area in the library that just needs a signature. So I have my forgery kit to do the signature once we get one.
Okay, fantastic. You've already made while you were waiting for this hour to come up, you made a set of credentials already for a reporter?
For a reporter, yeah.
Okay, what's your skill at forgery?
My skill at forgery is 75.
Okay. Okay, so you look at the credentials and you sort of say to yourself, "Yeah, that'll work. They'll buy that."
Okay.
So, yeah, that just keep that in mind. You don't know if it's going to work 100%. I just rolled.
Absolutely.
I
No
rolled to
problem.
decide whether or not. So I rolled for you on this one, but it's a blind roll, so you don't know if it'll actually work.
That sounds great.
Okay.
My guy
So,
thinks he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, and then Gerard, what were you doing? Were you just going back uptown to the top of town to get your vehicle, and you're going to meet them there?
Yeah, Gerard got his vehicle, kind of rested his leg a little bit, and pocketed his gun.
So what's in what pocket?
The
Does he have like a business coat, like a tweed jacket, or does he have like a trench coat, or
he's
like
got like kind of casual pants on, and the gun's in the back pocket on the right side.
Okay. And Tommy, what was your character doing during this time? Were you driving Gerard back to his car, and then you said you would meet him there, sort of thing?
Yeah, I went and dropped off Gerard, and we talked for just a minute, and then I told him I was going to go to my house, grab my black trench coat because it was a little chilly.
Yep.
And I would meet him there.
Okay, sounds good. So you guys all drive down to Miskatonic campus, and you all get down there. You're all waiting at the clock tower when Millie finally shows up a little bit late, not too late, but about 5 minutes past the hour, which isn't terrible because she didn't have a ride, so she had to walk.
I apologize for my lateness, fellas.
Okay, so you guys are on the campus now, so let's take a look at the campus on the map. So the way that the campus looks, you guys are on the. We'll say that you guys met at the north side of the clock tower. So you're standing on that little circle on the north side of the clock tower. Over the campus is. You know that at the bottom right of the campus, you'll see there's like a little building that looks almost like a church. But what it is that's the philosophy and English studies and languages building. In the top left of the campus, just at Southwest and West Church Street on that corner, is the campus museum. And then to the south where it says West College Street, where it says college, the building that's right in front of that's the library. So those are your three options.
You guys want to split up and look around, or you want to stick together?
Mix it up and stick together.
I think that's a good idea.
So, and we're going to say is that it's about 2 o'clock in the afternoon at this point.
Where do you think we should start?
I think we should go to that professor's office and see if we can lift something with his signature on it and maybe get some information from it at the same time.
I think that's a good call.
I'm game.
So that'd be in the language arts building, I'm guessing, would be where we'd find his office.
Yes, you can find, you can go down there and check and see if you can find any professors. They might be able to direct you. If he's not there, they might be able to direct you where he actually is.
Okay. Well, we'll head off there and start seeing if we can find someone.
Alrighty, let's go.
So all 4 of you?
Yep.
Okay, so all 4 of you cut around the circle and start heading over the walks of the campus, and you make it to the front building off of West College, the front of the building, and you enter the building, and it's this beautiful old ornate building, and almost like you look up and the rafters, you can actually see the sections of the roof that still extend upwards. It's a stunning building. As you walk in, you notice that you're standing in like a long hall, and there appears to just be one long hallway, and it's there's people moving through the hallway, but some of the doors say Professor Jerry Smith. There's Professor Reginald Archibald, and then as you continue walking, at the very end of the hallway, the last door on the right says Professor Stanley David, and it says Head of Linguistics.
So what was that professor's name that you guys said we were looking for?
Stanley David. This is his
Stanley
office.
David's home office got robbed, but wasn't Archibald the one who was in the article about the museum and library theft?
He was. I was thinking the museum and library stuff we'll check out at the museum and library once we get this guy's signature. To get into those sections, you actually need to have the signature of one of the professors.
All right.
That looks like his office right over there. I wonder if he's in there.
All right, I'm gonna head up to that office and knock on the door.
So you knock on the door and you hear, "Come in."
So I'm gonna walk in and introduce myself as John Smith, a reporter, and give him my credentials that I work at which of the 2 I decided to pick for my forgery.
Arkham Gazette.
Awesome.
All right, sounds good. So, the Arkham Gazette, of course. John, it's a pleasure to meet you. And your 3 companions. And he kind of looks kind of shocked at some of your companions because they have one of them is a stunning young woman. One of them is a gambler with a relatively horrifying scar on his face, and the other is a very, very big gentleman with 1 leg. And he kind of looks and he's like, "Oh, what's with the entourage?"
Well, you see, I'm tracking down somebody who went missing, and have had some trouble with it, so a few of my friends decided to keep me safe. I didn't want to disappear like some of the others who's been looking.
Oh, okay. So fast talk,
Yep.
because that was a lie.
I got a 30. I have 50.
Okay, so he kind of nods and goes, "Oh, yes, of course. If your friends are here to protect you, then that's all well and good. What can I do? Were you looking for? I've already provided as much information to your newspaper as I thought would be needed."
They sent me here because I'm a little bit more of an expert on ancient writings. So I thought I could get some more information on what exactly those writings were about, since you were translating them, I believe.
Yes, I was translating the Greek scroll, and when it comes to the Greek scroll, really, what the paper that was stolen from me was no more than an exercise paper. There's really nothing more to it at all. It was just an exercise in me translating Greek, but I did manage to translate a few things off of the scroll. Yes, one of them was a mathematical formula concerning unusual geometries, very unusual, very peculiar indeed. Almost as if the formula suggested that if you were to solve the formula, you would be able to travel from one point in space to another point in space with no problem whatsoever, as though space in itself would fold in on itself like a tunnel.
start writing this down in a notepad like I'm taking notes for him.
Sure thing. Now, to be quite fair, all of the rest of the translations only translated into odd words, just a bunch of gobbledygook. But that is truly what all of that was about. But I mean, it's really no big deal. I have a copy of the notes that I was making just right here in my notes, and yes, no harm, no foul. He stole paper. He broke a window. You know, that's the worst that happened to me this week. Then that's fine.
Oh, I'm so glad that nothing happened to you. Could I see the notes you have there? I'd love to see if I could make heads or tails of it.
So he pushes back in his chair and stands up and turns around and kind of like his feet are turned out almost like a penguin. He's kind of like he's an older gentleman, so he kind of walks with his back hunched. And he opens up his briefcase and he's sort of rummaging through papers for a little while with his back turned to you, and you see a whole plethora of papers on the table. So I'm gonna roll for spot. You guys, everybody, roll for spot hidden. And,
got-
okay.
I rolled a 51 out of 60.
Okay.
41 out of 60.
Okay.
60 out of 50.
Okay. So John, you don't see it, but considering the fact that you already mentioned to them to keep an eye open for papers with professors' names on them, you see hidden in one of the, like, underneath a couple of the papers, underneath the stack of papers, is this loose paper kind of hanging over the desk, and you see that it's a letter that Professor Stanley David has signed. So anybody with, while he's got his back turned, anybody with sleight of hand can feel free to try and pull that paper.
Yeah,
Who's got good sleight of hand?
I have 55 sleight of hand, so
I have 70.
10.
yeah, let Monster try.
Monstrous, go ahead and roll for sleight of hand to try and get that piece of paper.
48 of 70.
Okay, so why don't you describe what your character does with that piece of paper?
She slides over and grabs it, pulls behind her hand, and starts to fold it very methodically into a small piece that she can slip into her purse.
Okay, so as the paper goes into the purse, the old man turns around and he passes you this piece of paper that has a whole bunch of like bizarre sketches on it. It looks bizarre, but he puts it on his desk and he lets you see it. In Call of Cthulhu handouts, you guys will see the handout.
Does this, I guess, would this be a check for it? But does this look like anything I might know of with all the weird shit that my guy has looked into?
Roll. Why don't you go ahead and read the actual handout? You guys can go
Okay.
through it and take a look at it, and then you can make a hard occult check.
Okay.
I noticed a few of these letters are Greek letters, but I don't really know much other than that.
Okay, I got a 25 and occult is 55. Oh, it's which one's the hard? Is it 11 or 27?
27 would be the hard.
Okay, so I got a 25 and I have a 27. So
Okay, so
I passed by 3.
So you
2.
passed, but as you look at it, with all of your occult knowledge, even though you passed this roll, with all of your occult knowledge, this is new to you. This is something that you haven't seen before.
Okay,
This is
awesome.
something very fresh.
But I do think it is within the realm of the occult. It's kind of weird shit that
It's occult-ish, but it's almost like science occult. It's not just like spells and stuff like that. There appears to be some method to the madness, even though it just seems to be madness.
interesting.
We're not verbalizing any of this, right? Because we're still in the office.
Yeah. So,
No,
so as he turns around and hands you the paper, this is a copy of the notes that I was making, and this is the last copy that I have. But it's pointless just having these notes, because it suggests that in order to complete the notes, you need to have this dagger that we have on display at our local museum, and well, they don't have it.
Yeah, I read in the newspaper as well. One of the other reporters talked about a dagger being stolen. Do you think it had something to do with your notes?
Well, hang on. And he sort of stops for a minute and he goes, no, this is completely preposterous. This doesn't make any sense at all. And he turns and he picks his notes up and he looks at them and he says, no, it's completely preposterous. What that means is that somebody out there believes that what is in these notes is completely true. That doesn't make any sense at all. We're talking about something being in two places at once. It's physically impossible.
Oh, I completely agree, but maybe somebody's crazy enough to believe something like that.
Anybody crazy enough to believe something like that is completely insane and should be locked up in Bedlam.
That will make a great finish to my article. Thank you so much, sir.
Oh, anytime. I'm a very big fan of the Arkham Gazette. You know this. Is there anything else I can do for you today?
No, thank you. You have done more than enough, and I'm sure this will be one of the more interesting articles I ever put out.
So he takes the notes that he handed you guys. Has everybody had a chance to read the note?
Yep.
And
Yeah.
he puts it back in his briefcase and takes it away from you.
Okay.
Well, if there's nothing else that you can do, it's about 2:30, which means I'm about 5 minutes late for my Latin class.
Alrighty. Well, we'll leave you to that, and I'll say something in Latin to him, and then like "good day" or whatever, however the best way to say that.
What's your Latin score?
It is 60.
Okay, so go ahead and give me a Latin check.
Uh, 10.
Okay, so do you want to roleplay what you actually say?
Sure. I don't know Latin, so.
I just sent it to you.
Oh, okay.
What do you mean you don't know Latin? You have a 60.
So
Dienam bona.
Oh, Dianam bona to you as well, good sir.
So then we'll.
And then he sees you out, and as he sees you out, he turns and walks across the hall to a classroom, and he just leaves you guys standing in the hall.
Awesome. All right, so we got at least a little more information there, guys.
We got that signature we needed.
Translate it for
Yep.
me, please.
What's that?
Someone translate it for me, please. What information did we get?
That whoever stole this actually wants these items for something else besides just selling them off.
Well, speaking of stealing, I also managed to get this. And I'll pull the little folded up piece of paper out of my purse.
Yes, I forgot about that.
Awesome. Well, let's head to the library and see if we can find some more information there.
I concur.
Okay, so as you guys leave the building, you come out of the building out onto West College Street, and you turn back onto the campus. And as you cut across the campus, everybody make a listen roll.
I rolled 28 out of 50.
30 of 50.
49 out of 40.
Okay, so
28 out of 20. So I didn't
as
get
you're
it.
walking, Gerard doesn't hear it, so he kind of keeps walking up the way, kind of hobbling along. But all of you, the rest of you, hear this sort of and as you turn around, you see this man clutching his chest, and he kind of like hits the ground and he falls down. And a whole bunch of students run over and turn him over and start like waving away, like, and you hear, "Give him some air! Give him some air!"
Is that man having a heart attack?
Do you want to run over and check?
Yeah, let's see if we can help him out.
Okay, so does everybody want to do that?
Sure.
So everybody's heading over, correct?
Yeah, I guess we decided not to split up this time. So yeah, I guess.
Yeah, Gerard, are you heading over? Tommy?
Yeah, I'll head over.
Okay, and Tommy? Push to talk, Tommy.
Yeah, I know just a little bit of first aid. Maybe I can try to give him some CPR or something, see what's wrong.
Sure thing. So as you all head over, you see these students, like, there's a crowd that's sort of gathering, but you see these students waving, like, "Give them some air, give them some air." Everybody make a spot hidden roll.
18 of 40.
47 out of 60.
Okay,
28 out of 50.
okay, and Tommy?
83 out of 60.
Okay, so Gerard, John, and Millie. Maybe Tommy is busy like telling everybody to like come over or like waving people away because he's not looking. But the three of you see something very distinct from the angle that you're standing at. While this one student is kneeled down, telling people to get back and give him some air, you see the hand of the man who's on the ground slowly slip up into his pocket, and a wallet comes back out, and he puts it in his own pocket.
Okay, so one of the students reached
One of
into
the
pocket.
So the guy who's had the heart attack seemingly has had his heart attack, but has reached into the pocket of the student that's kneeling beside him and taken the wallet out and pocketed it.
Looks like a Greasy Spoon move to me.
Mm-hmm. So you do recognize this as Greasy Spoon, and as the wallet enters his pocket, he kind of goes, "Oh wow, I think it was just a spot of heartburn. Thank you all for your help. Everybody have a good day." And he gets up and he starts walking north across the campus.
I think that may be just the guy we're looking for.
Yeah, we should probably tail him.
Why would you say that?
He was known for pickpocketing students on campus, and I just saw him pick a student's pocket on campus.
Interesting.
So I'm going to start tailing this guy.
Okay, so everybody make a combined stealth and track check. So what that is you roll the D100 once and compare it to both of your tracking and your stealth scores at the same time.
Okay, I got an 8. My
Nice.
track is 10. My stealth is 70.
Okay, very nice.
I got a 12. My stealth is 20 and my track is 10.
Okay.
So my stealth is 50 and my track is 40, but I rolled a 63.
Okay, and Gerard?
My stealth is 20, my track is 10, and I rolled a 59.
Okay, so as you guys begin sort of tailing him, you're all sort of walking after him. Tommy gets the idea to go, "Hey, you!" And he turns around and looks at you and then takes off running across West Church Street towards the stores.
Who's fast?
Son of a bitch.
Definitely not me.
Where is that? What is
Gerard's not going to be able to keep up with him at all, so he's already dropped out of this race.
that? Is that under strength or what?
Your move rate is actually up in characteristics.
I have an 8.
Top right. Your move rate is 8, Millie?
Yeah.
Okay. And Tommy, what's your move rate?
My move rate is 7.
Okay, so Millie, so what happens is you watch this guy as he runs across the street, dodging in and out of traffic, and you hear these horns like honking and stuff like that. Millie, what course of action do you take? Because you're the next fastest person in the group.
I rip off my shoes and take after him on foot.
Okay, very cool. So why don't you go ahead and give me a Constitution check with a bonus die because you took off your shoes.
Okay. How would I do that?
So here's what you're gonna do: roll for Constitution. So just roll your D100s the way you normally would. And what did you roll?
She rolled a 50 out of something, but she's not hitting her push to talk button. I can just hear her in the other room.
Sorry. I got a 50. I rolled a 50.
Okay, so the tens die. So not the singles digits, but the tens die. Re-roll that, and you're gonna go with the lower of the two values. That's a bonus die. Okay. So you rolled a 50. If you end up rolling a 30, then we're gonna consider it that you got a 30 instead.
95.
Okay, so the 55 is enough for your. What's your Constitution?
50.
Okay, so you're you're not getting any sort of bonus to your speed, but you're still keeping up with this guy, who ooh, whoa, 1 second, I gotta check stats real quick. Okay, so you see him as he's running across the street. You hear and you hear and you see him sort of like roll. He gets like he gets clipped by a car and he sort of falls down onto the sidewalk and he sits up and looks at you as he sees you coming up to the. So you're at the sidewalk and he's on the other side of the sidewalk. All traffic is stopped in both directions.
Okay, I cross the street towards him.
Okay, as you cross the street towards him, he ducks down a back alley, and you see him make a right down the back alley.
Okay. And I follow in pursuit.
Is anybody else trying to follow, or is everybody else given up and let Millie run off on her own?
I'm following behind, but I'm not quite as fast as her. So
No, so she gives pursuit. She crosses the street and gets into the back alley. You have now are on the one side of the street, Tommy.
I would be trying to follow as well, but I'm slow. I only have a move of 6, so.
Yeah, so you're still on the campus quad, even though you're kind of like jogging after the two of them. And
Old man
Gerard I think,
can't
has a
run.
Gerard has a move rate of 5 or something like that.
as I come to the road, I turn around and yell at Gerard, "Hey, Gerard, why don't you go to your car since you can't run?"
Rude.
It's not a bad idea, actually.
Gerard makes his way to the vehicle.
Okay,
When I hear
so,
that, I'm gonna turn around and walk with Gerard because old men don't run.
that's fair. Why don't you go ahead and give me a never mind. We're gonna get back to Millie, who's you've rounded the corner and you spot this guy Greasy Spoon. He's at the very end at so at West Church and South Garrison, just off the campus on the north side of the campus, on the east side at South Garrison. He's made it all the way to South Garrison Street, but there's a fence blocking his way, and he climbs up the fence. And he jumps down onto the other side, but his coat gets caught, so he's kind of standing on the other side of the fence.
I keep pursuing, but shout at him that it's not polite to make a lady run.
Okay, give me a charm check.
I rolled a 1 out of 60.
Oh, wow. Okay, so he stops and he turns, and as he's kind of like, his sleeve is caught on the fence, he sort of stops and looks at you and kind of goes, whoa. And he's instantly like turns beet red when he sees who he's running away from. And he kind of like loosens himself and he's on the other side of the fence. He puts his fingers and goes, wow, I'm sorry, miss. I just needed to get away from the campus. I didn't know who you were.
I'm Millie.
Millie, okay. My name's Joe Spoon. My friends call me Greasy.
Greasy Spoon, eh?
Yeah, Greasy Spoon, you know. What can I do for you, miss?
You were just the person I was looking to talk to, but you made me run really far from my friends back there, so I was wondering if you'd kindly escort me back.
You know what? Yes, I will do that. And he walks south along South Garrison, turns right onto West Church, and he comes up the back alley closest to you. And he goes, "Why don't you come with me? I don't want to get your dress all dirty. You know, they call me Greasy Spoon for a reason. So I'm not gonna hook your arm or anything like that. But I'll walk with you.
Okay.
Just not back to campus. I'll wait with you on Church Street."
All right. So we'll walk back, and I will sort of indicate to the other guys that are there that everything's okay and just to approach but not be aggressive.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And then
So-
I'll introduce him as Greasy Spoon.
So I was following from behind. Do I see this or?
Yeah. So you see they come walking up to you as you're sort of standing. You kind of lost track of them, but you see them walking up the sidewalk together now.
Oh, hey Millie, I see you. You found our friend.
Oh, I see you're with company, Millie.
Yes, I am. These are my friends here. This is Tommy.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you, Tommy. I think I've seen you before at the Northside Speakeasy.
Maybe you have.
And your other two friends are off getting their car.
Okay.
So what? Why did you need to talk to me? Why were you looking for me?
Well, we heard that you might know someone by the name of Sticky Jim? Is that it?
Sticky Jack.
Sticky Jack.
Well, yeah, of course I know Sticky Jack. I've known him for my whole life. We've been friends since we were kids, pulling scams on richer folk back in the day. Oh, those were happy times, pulling scams on the rich folk. I mean, we kind of went our separate ways years ago, but we keep in touch and we pull jobs together every now and again. And if we're ever pulling jobs by ourselves, we use each other's homes as safe houses.
Oh, okay. Well, then you must be really worried.
Yeah, I haven't seen Jack in a few weeks. I'm a little bit concerned about him. I thought about going over to his place, but You know, I tried calling and I couldn't get through to him.
Where's his place?
So he kind of looks at Tommy, and he's a little bit intimidated by Tommy, and he kind of looks at you and goes, "If you, I can't. I don't think I can tell you."
Oh, that's too bad.
Is that a fact?
So at this point, we're gonna say Gerard and John pull up in whose car? Gerard's car. It's Gerard's car. I don't think John has a car.
Yeah, it's my car.
Yeah, it's his car, not mine.
Okay, so you guys pull up on the street opposite them, and you park the car on the street corner.
I kind of honk the horn like twice, like meep meep. We're over here.
So, Mr. Greasy, is it? Why don't you feel comfortable talking some more?
Because I don't want anything bad to happen to Jack.
Oh, neither do we.
We're not here to hurt your friend Jack.
Who's got a higher persuade?
I have 45.
I just have base 10%.
Give me a persuade check.
I got 44.
Oh. So he kind of looks at the two of you, and he looks across the street, and he's looking even more questioningly than before. And you promise you're not gonna hurt Jack, right?
We have no reason to hurt Jack.
Yeah, we're not here to hurt Jack. We just need to.
I lay low at Jack's place whenever I pull these kinds of jobs. I was gonna go there tonight and lay low after getting this wallet. Jack lives at 22 Curzon Street, just off of Walnut, apartment 313.
Is that so?
Yeah, that's where he lives. And you promise you won't hurt him?
Oh no, we won't hurt him.
Okay. Look into him for me, will you?
Yeah. Thank you for cooperation, sir.
You're welcome. You know,
Especially after making us run for it.
Oh, I needed to get off campus quick. You know how jobs go.
I think we all are a little familiar with it.
Okay, so he kind of nods at everybody, and then he disappears up the back alley and makes another right and disappears up the back alley. So now it's just the four of you guys.
Looks like we're going to Curzon Street.
So there's Curzon. It is currently 5 o'clock, which is about an hour from the prayer meeting at 114 East College Street. So it's your call where you guys want to go first.
So is everybody good to go check out his house, or you guys got something else to do?
Well, I do have an alternate proposition for you guys. Anybody interested in going to a prayer meeting?
What you guys say we split up like before?
I'd rather go to the young man's house. I ain't got much for prayer in me.
Sounds like we got our man. Why even bother with the prayer house?
That's
Well-
a fair point.
Yeah, what is this prayer meeting you're talking about? Why do we need to go there?
Well,
I ain't go to no prayer meeting unless it's in Sacred Heart Catholic Church.
No, this is at the Temple of Hope with a reverend who has quite the southern accent. I did promise my friend I would go. If for no other reason, I will show up at least once for that.
You guys feel comfortable letting Millie run off on her own?
I guess I'll go with the dame. Jeez, whatever. You need a ride, little miss?
Yes, please.
All right.
Well, John, do you want to go check out this house? You want to go with them since they're going there and wait, or what you want to do, John?
I'll come with you to check out this house, because like I said, I ain't got no room for religion in my life. God's never done anything for me.
You better watch your talk about that, but we'll get in my car and we'll, let our differences be.
All right, so you guys drive off. Why don't you guys give me a navigate check?
I rolled a 61 out of 10.
Okay, so oh no. Who's driving? Tommy is, right?
I'm driving. It's my car.
Okay,
So
so
actually, before we get in the car, I went to my trunk, grabbed my sawed-off shotgun, and put it beside me in the seat.
well, John's in the seat beside you though.
I mean, like beside my seat,
Like in between you two?
Like in the center.
yeah, in the
Yes.
center, by the center console. And then I turned to John. I'm like, I hope we don't have to use this, but I'd rather not open the trunk when we get there. I don't want to be seen going in the trunk. Better safe than sorry.
What
Alright.
kind of trouble you think we're gonna get into?
Hopefully none, but never too safe.
As you guys are kind of shooting the breeze and kind of talking to each other, you notice that you have somehow found your way up to East High Lane at the north side of town on the other side of the river. You were just driving around, not really paying attention to where you were going, and you've gotten all turned around and discombobulated.
So where are we at again?
You're at the north side of town. If you see Independence Square and follow North Peabody Street down, it turns into the North Peabody Bridge.
Got it.
And East High Lane is just off of the bridge.
Gotcha.
Okay, so you guys are up near the train station now.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Do you have any idea where we are, John?
Roll for navigate again.
Okay.
But that would just be him, right? Since I asked the question.
Yes, you asked him, yeah.
Well, you're asking the wrong guy. I got a 15 out of 10 this time.
All right.
I'm getting closer.
That's not a hard fail.
So you kind of tell him like, yeah, just keep driving along this way. So you're on East High Lane now, and you keep following East High Lane until you get to High Lane, which is at the very end of. So it goes East High Lane, West High Lane, High Lane. So you guys are over at High Lane now, over by the Northwest Bridge. That being said, let's get to Gerard and Millie. Millie, you had the exact address, right? You got that from your friend?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you guys follow East College Street, and you discover on the street corner of East College and South Peabody this big red building, and it's a beautiful building, and on the building is this brand new bronze plaque.
Temple of Hope. Is that what that says?
Yes, so the plaque on it says Temple of Hope, come forth sinners and embrace hope. Daily prayer meetings, 10 a.m., 2 p.m., 6 p.m. You look at your watch and it's currently about 5:40.
Looks like we're just in time.
And the sun is just starting to go down.
You ready to find some hope?
Let's do it.
Okay, so as you're about to head in, you hear Millie come from behind you, and your friend is running up waving at you.
I run back up to her and give her a hug.
Yay! Okay, so you guys hug in the middle of the street and go, I saw that you didn't make it for the 2 p.m., so I decided to come to the 6 p.m. instead.
Oh, thank you so much. It's so nice to have a friendly face here as well.
Yes, it does make coming to the it was when I came to the prayer meeting for the first time, I was alone, and it was a little awkward for me, but now that I have a friend to come and pray with, who's your companion?
This is Gerard.
Gerard, nice to meet you. And she gives like a little curtsy to you.
The pleasure's all mine, ma'am.
Okay. At that time, as you guys are standing talking, about 15 minutes goes past and the front door opens and there's two people wearing long sleeve white shirts, long white pants, black belts, and black shoes. And they poke their nose out and go, ladies and gentlemen, the prayer meeting will begin in 5 minutes. We welcome everybody to please enter the Temple of Hope and find a seat.
I will let my friend go first.
So she kind of looks back at you and kind of gives you this excited yee kind of smile, and she kind of hurriedly, almost like a kid at Christmas, runs up the stairs and joins everybody else going in.
All right, and then I will follow behind her, but not quite as giddy.
Okay, and Gerard, you're following behind Millie.
Gerard takes some agonizing steps.
The people who are at the front door come down and say, "Sir, may we help you in?"
Yes, you may.
So they help take your hand and they help bring you up the steps so that it's not as treacherous for you. And they say, "Well, we welcome all to our church, Mr.
You can call me Gerard.
Gerard, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm so glad you decided to come to our Temple of Hope today."
Yeah, beats drinking all day.
Yes, I'm sure it does. So you guys are led into the hallway, and there's somebody standing beside an open door ushering people into this relatively large room. It takes up the majority of the first floor, and there's chairs all lined up and a big pedestal where a gentleman looks like he will be talking, and everybody welcomes you to sit down. And slowly over the next 5 minutes, the room all but fills up. There's only a couple of chairs that are left vacant, and everybody. Some people seem excited, some people seem wary, some people are just waiting for things to start, knowing what's coming. And as you wait, the door to the back of the room opens, and this man walks in, and this man has a dark, greased back hair, a pencil thin mustache, beautifully clipped beard. He has pale complexion, making his ice blue eyes stand out even further. And he stands in front of the congregation in this beautiful, expensive white suit and bolo tie, and this, and he welcomes everyone in, and he says, "Brothers and sisters, welcome to the Temple of Hope." Now, I'm happy to see some new faces, some new hopeful faces in my congregation today. And Millie, your friend sitting beside you, kind of nods excitedly, and she looks back, and she leans over and goes, "Doesn't he just have the best voice?"
It certainly is something.
And he begins talking, and he says, "Brothers and sisters, I stand before you a changed man, a hopeful man. Hope was something that was not real in my life, but truthfully, I have found hope. I have found the heart of hope, and I hope to share it with you. Ladies and gentlemen, I have one question for you." And he walks up in front of you, Gerard, and he points at you and goes, "You, sir, what do you hope for more than anything else in the world?"
I hope to be able to walk one day without any pain.
That's an amazing hope, brother. And I hope I hope that you achieve that dream. You, miss, and he comes up to you, Millie, and says, "What do you hope for most of all?"
A return to the way things once were.
Ah, the feeling of nostalgia. I feel it in my heart as well, child. And know that if you hope and hope strongly with us, things will return to the way they were. And he walks over and he points at your friend and goes, "You, miss, what do you hope for?" And she goes, "I hope to meet a man with a beautiful accent such as yours one day." And she kind of blushes, and like everybody in the congregation kind of gives a little laugh. And he says, "Well, I hope that you will one day find someone with just the accent that you hope to hear." And he goes through everybody in the room and asks everybody what it is that they hope for. And finally he says, "Ladies and gentlemen, it is true. Poverty is rife in the world. Illness and disease spread through the streets, and many struggle to find hope in their lives." And as this happens, as he's talking, you notice that there's some people around the room, and they take out these, all wearing white, and they take out these penny whistles. And he says, "Ladies and gentlemen, you all hope for something. Hope is alive in each and every one of you. And I ask for all of you today to chant with me this call of hope." And as he begins chanting, these penny whistles begin playing the sound that is very unpleasant to the ear. And you really, it doesn't sound pleasant at all. But he continues anyway. "Ea, Ea, Lord of Hope, Fatagania, Azathoth Ea." And he speaks it 3 times. "Ea, Ea, Lord of Hope, Fatagania, Azathoth Ea." And slowly other people in the room begin to join in, and the whole congregation is now chanting, "Ea, Ea, Lord of Hope, Fatagania, Azathoth Ea." You two have to roll for power.
76 of 55.
Okay, and Bird?
57 out of 55.
Okay, so the two of you, before you realize what's happening, have joined in the chanting, and you're saying the same thing that everyone else is saying without realizing how it happened. You both lose 1 point of sanity. Suddenly, "Ea, Ea, Lord of Hope, Fatagania, Azathoth Ea." The chanting stops. Smith takes a deep breath in and breathes out. And he thanks all, and "I would like to thank everybody for being in attendance today. And I hope that all your hopes do come true. I welcome all of you who have heard the call of hope to make a personal appointment with me. And until then, we'll see you again." And at that time, he exits the room. Everybody stands up to see him out. And your friend Millie turns to you and goes, "I told you, isn't it just intoxicating?"
Yeah, I didn't even know how I knew the words.
Gerard, what's your reaction?
I've blacked out many times, but that was something else. Gerard's just kind of confused. He doesn't really know what to say.
So while you guys are sort of standing around, the door opens and the staffers kind of come up and they see you two sort of standing there, kind of shaken. Would you like to make a personal appointment to meet with Jacob Smith?
Absolutely.
Yes, please.
Well, all of our appointments are booked up for the day, but we have time tomorrow at noon. Would you like to meet with him then?
There's absolutely no time to meet with him today?
No, everybody else is already booked up all the times. I'm sorry.
All right. I guess tomorrow then.
Tomorrow at noon for both of you?
Yes,
Sure.
tomorrow at noon.
Well, Jacob Smith will hope to see you then. And they smile at you with this big, wide smile. Give me a psychology check.
74 of 10.
Okay.
71 of 50.
Okay. So you just get the feeling that these people are very enraptured with this leader, but you don't really pick up on anything else other than them being very ardent followers of this person. Let's get back to the lost pair, the lost duo, who have been driving around and have now found themselves in the right side of town. But they are driving along East College Street now. And as they drive along East College Street, there's this, they kind of stop their car right near where you guys are, and you hear them as you exit the building, and you see Tommy's car park at the north end of this street. That is running north and south just off of East College.
So we're at Peabody and East College.
You guys are at so East College and South Peabody, yeah.
Okay.
Which, if you notice, what's behind it? East College.
Yeah, it's right where they are, right?
It's pretty much right across the street from them, yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys see each other from afar. Millie and Gerard, you guys have heard the call of hope. You chanted the call of hope. Keep that in mind when you guys go to join them again.
Yo, John, I think I see them, Millie and Gerard. I see the car over there.
Well, maybe they'll know how to get to this dumbass person's house. I can't seem to find my way around this town.
Let's go pull over and see what they found. I think the little prayer meeting's over.
Alrighty, sounds like a plan.
All right, so you guys walk up to them just at the corner of South Peabody and East College on the northeast corner where the building is. And you guys, and there's a bunch of people sort of milling about out front as though a church service had just gotten out.
Hey, Gerard, Millie, what happened?
Some stuff, that's for sure.
It was the strangest thing. It's almost like I lost time. I don't know what happened. All of a sudden, we were just chanting.
Chanting?
That's right.
What kind of stuff you chanting?
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Sounded made up to me, but I was saying it like I knew it.
You guys also felt hope, unlike anything you've ever felt before.
I also felt happy for the first time in a long time.
What do you mean by happy?
Just hopeful, you know? Looking forward to the future.
Well, interesting. John, you gonna get out of the car, or you just gonna let us sit here and talk all day?
I'm gonna let you sit there and talk all day, because that sounds like gibberish to me.
Oh, there he goes again.
So the sun is beginning to set on the day. The sky has become this beautiful burnt orange color with pink wisps of cloud. And it's absolutely stunning. And as you all stand outside and you're sort of talking about it, you hear this sort of sound of rumbling thunder in the distance.
You guys hear that thunder?
I didn't think it was supposed to rain.
Storm's coming. Looks like it.
What do you guys think we ought to do for the rest of the day? It's getting kind of late.
Everybody can make a... I'm going to allow for a no roll this time, just because you're in the neighborhood. Everybody make a no roll.
So I always forget. No is against education.
Yep.
90 of 76.
Okay.
95 of 60.
Okay.
44 of 76.
Okay.
I just rolled an 8 of 85.
Wow. Okay. So both Tommy and Gerard know that Walnut Street is just around the corner, and therefore Curzon Street is not far.
Got time for one more stop, maybe?
I think we could. I know it's just around the corner here.
Yeah, I mean, we found out where he lives. We might as well go there.
Yeah, he'll probably be there even if it is later in the afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you guys begin sort of. Do you guys want to drive up and down Walnut looking for Curzon, or do you want to walk it?
What do you
I'll
guys?
walk it because driving seems to keep getting us lost.
I'd rather drive.
Yeah, Gerard has a hard time walking.
All right, Gerard, you want to meet us there in your car? Just be sure you don't park right out in front so he doesn't see us parking.
Yeah, it's fine.
I walk to my car very sneakily, grab my my sawed-off shotgun and place it under my trench coat.
Okay. So, Gerard, you begin driving down Walnut Street, and you make it about halfway down Walnut when you see in this clump of buildings, there's this tiny little offshoot street. It almost looks like a back alley, and it says Curzon on it.
Turn on the Curzon.
So it's not even a street that you can really
Oh.
turn down. It's like a back alley, barely big enough for a car. Like you would be risking scratching your vehicle
Okay.
driving your car down this alley. You get the notion that this is something that people are supposed to walk down.
Then I park my car out of the way, grab my pistol, kind of hide it in my pocket, and
Okay.
start walking down the road there.
Okay, and let's just say, for the sake of saying it, everybody else, the other three people, are walking up Walnut Street, and they see you walking up Curzon Street. John, Millie, Tommy, all of you make a spot hidden check, please.
48 out of 50, so made it by 2.
18 of 40.
Okay.
I rolled a 96 of 60.
So, John, you see, as you're walking down the street, you see this car parked on the side of the street, and you kind of think to yourself, well, there's no reason that a vehicle would be parked on this street. There's no reason for a car to be parked on this street. And you point it out to Millie, and Millie, what you see inside weirds you out, especially coming from where you just came from, and I'm going to type it out to you.
So the three of us are still together, and Gerard is still in his car, or I'm just trying to get a sense.
Gerard is slowly walking his way up Curzon Street.
Okay, and we're already there.
Yeah.
Am I near Gerard?
Gerard is currently about. He's made a little bit of headway up the alley, up this back alley where the buildings are kind of like clumped together, and you see him walking towards this big 3-story building at the end of the street. It's almost like a cul-de-sac with one alley instead of it being like a roundabout road. And at the end of it, it says 22 Curzon in front, and this big yellow brick building, and it's 3 stories tall.
Well, I'm going to sort of gasp and sprint up to him. And I'm going to tell him that there's people sitting in this car back there, and they're all wearing white.
Seriously?
Every one of them.
How many people you reckon?
3.
You think they're following us?
I think it's a little suspicious that they're wearing all white.
Gotta be from that church service.
Probably. But why would they be here?
I do not know. This is where our man lives, right?
Now, you guys have just finished walking up the alleyway, and you look up, and there's this small staircase. It's almost like one stair and then a landing with a railing on it, leading to these 2 double doors that are closed. And above it, in steel writing, in like carved steel, is 22 Curzon. And all 4 of you are there.
So we're all 4 outside the door at this point.
Yeah, all 4 of you are outside the door.
So do you guys think we should all go in, or maybe make it a little less conspicuous by 1 or 2 people knocking on the door and the other one's waiting around the corner?
Maybe one of us is the lookout, and the other 3 go in.
Sounds like a good idea.
Well, I'm going inside because that car is creeping me out.
All right, who wants to stay out and be the lookout?
I can do it, I guess.
All right.
Alrighty.
What are you going to shout at us if we need to get out of there?
I'll make the sound of a
You can just
dying giraffe.
Sounds good.
Wah, wah.
That almost sounds like a crying giraffe.
Alright now. If we don't hear this dying giraffe of yours, be sure you honk the horn real good.
Well, the car
There's no
can't
car.
come up. Yeah, this is like a tight alleyway.
Oh, yeah. I forgot you're standing outside. My bad. Yeah.
All right, so 3 of you are gonna go in.
Yep.
Check the door.
Yes. Okay.
Alright.
I go to try to open the door, and the door is locked.
Okay, so the door is in fact locked, and the 3 of you are kind of standing there like, oh, okay, what the heck do we do now? So you stand there for a few seconds, not a long time. Is anybody looking down the alleyway you just came down?
I am, because I said I'd look out.
Yep. So you're in this tight alleyway. There's really nowhere to like hide in this alleyway. Like there's no garbage cans or dumpsters to hide behind. It's just a clear shot to 22 Curzon Street. There's nowhere to like there's no like alleyways or anything like that to disappear into. You might be able to like get into like a back door through one of these back doors, but there's really nothing else. But John, you notice that the 3 people that were all wearing white are now standing at the entrance to the alley. And as John makes that sound,
What the hell is that?
the doors behind you swing open, and standing before you is this very large, morbidly obese, incredibly tall woman who's standing there in her nightgown with her hair looking kind of frazzled, and she looks at you like almost like she's looking through you, and she stares at the 4 of you for just a second before going, oh, I left the kettle on. And she turns around and walks back into the apartment, leaving the doors open, making a first right into the right door. And you see that the door is open in such a way that you can see that it says Marge Hockler, landlady, on it.
What do you guys think? You think we should ask her about it or just sneak in?
Well, the doors are open and her door is open.
Doors open, I say we walk in.
Alright, let's go.
And that's when you hear, well, as you guys are entering the building, is it all 4 of you going in?
I thought I was staying as lookout, so I'm gonna be standing there watching these people in white.
So while you stand there, John, and you're staring at them, the 3 of them, even though they're at the very end of the alley and they're reasonably far away, you can tell that all 3 of them are wearing the biggest smiles you could ever see. And it really creeps you out.
Freaks me out, yeah.
And they're starting to walk towards you.
I'm gonna walk into the doors that's open and lock it behind me.
Okay, so you're gonna pull the doors closed and lock them?
Yep.
Okay, so you why don't you go ahead and tell me what you do then?
So I slip in the door, slam it shut, and look for whatever locks they have.
So it's a deadbolt. So it's 2 deadbolts on either side of the door that go up into the ceiling.
Okay, so I'm gonna go for the right deadbolt first, and then the left deadbolt. Push them up and try and lock them in place.
Okay. So you close the doors, and now you're inside the hallway with the door open behind you. So the doors are locked. They're not going to be able to get in. Do you want to join? Who's gone into the room with Marge Hockler?
I'm still standing outside the door. I see him come in, slam the door, and try to start locking it. What do you think you're doing, John?
Those creepy ass sons of bitches are coming up the alleyway smiling at me. I made the noise. You guys didn't seem to care. You went in anyway. So I'd rather be in here than out there, is all I'm saying.
Okay, so that's when you hear called out from behind you. Please come in. I make coffee.
I can go for some coffee.
I can put a little whiskey in it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can. So you guys, who's gonna what are you guys doing? So who's standing where right now? I'm just curious.
I'm in the room with the landlady.
Okay, so you, Gerard, you're in the room. John, where are you?
I'm standing by that door to put my back against it if somebody tries to come in, because I don't know what they did at that church, but if you see some creepy or someone says there's some creepy ass motherfuckers coming down and you're gonna go get tea, I don't know what's wrong with you.
So I'm still standing in the doorway between the hall and the room, and I'm kind of like confused. Like I don't know what to do because I just saw him come in and he's all scared, but then Gerard's going to sit down in front of me.
And Millie, what are you doing?
She said coffee, so I'm following right behind her.
Okay, so she enters her kitchen, and both Gerard and Millie, you're following behind her. Gerard, you're kind of standing in the middle of the room. Tommy, you're near the door, and John is in the hallway just outside. Like have you backed up to join Tommy, John? Like you kind of backed up, but you're keeping your eyes on the front door.
Yeah, I want to be like right at the front door, so if they try to push through, I could like muscle my shoulder into it and keep it closed.
So they come up and they stand in front of the door and they just stare at you through the door.
Ooh.
And they're smiling, and that's it. That's all they do.
Like a peephole on that door, or is it like glass?
It's like a glass. It's like a wooden glass door.
Ugh,
but they're not doing it. They're not doing anything. They're just staring at you, smiling.
What do you think they need, John?
I don't know, but I don't trust it.
It's at this time that both Millie and Gerard notice some very bizarre things about this apartment room. Millie is standing reasonably close to the kitchen. You're all standing in the middle of the living room, but the two of you standing in the room realize a few things. One, all of the upholstery has been torn to shreds. The walls have been carved up. There seems to be stuff smeared on all of the walls. The bookcase is destroyed. The only thing nice in the room are the curtains, which are beautifully drawn and over the windows and just stand perfectly against the windows in a really, really pretty way. But everything else in the room is completely destroyed.
What happened here?
That's nothing you need to worry about, miss. And she says that, and as she says that, all four of you make a listen check.
I got a 20 out of 20.
Cool.
97 of 50.
52 out of 40.
I rolled 43 out of 50.
Okay, so both Tommy and John hear it, but Millie and Gerard are too busy looking at each other to be like, okay, that they hear something. But Tommy and John both hear the kettle screaming in the other room. And as Millie stares back at Gerard in the room, Gerard is looking past Millie's shoulder, and he gets this horrified look on his face because standing in the kitchen door is this morbidly obese woman screaming kettle of boiling water in one hand and a butcher's knife in the left. And before you have any opportunity to really know what the hell is going on, she goes and just boom, throws the boiling kettle of water as hard as she can at you, Gerard. And then immediately goes to goes to grab Millie around the throat, holding the butcher's knife in her right hand.
I try to dodge the scalding hot water.
Okay, so give me a dodge check.
That's a 36 out of 12.
36 out of 12? Okay, so the boiling kettle of water. 1 second. Why don't you give me a luck roll as well while you're at it?
It's a 32 out of 50.
Okay, so the boiling kettle of water, the bottom of it hits you right square in the face. And it hits you, and you fall back onto the couch, and the whole couch tips over and falls over backwards. So there's this massive commotion going on, and as that happens, Marge is going to try and grab Millie around the throat with the butcher's knife. She's going to try and... She comes after Millie and she goes, pretty face never had, pretty face never had, pretty face never had. And she starts trying to grab Millie around the throat. So, Millie, what do you do?
I'm going to try and duck and dodge backwards.
Okay, so give me a dodge check.
Okay. 4 of 32.
Okay, so you just managed to dodge under and get underneath her as she reaches for you and turns around. Her back is against, she is now... so there's two windows in the room looking out that are where the curtains are drawn, and her back is to one of those curtains. John, Tommy, with the commotion going on, what do you two do?
I turn to John and I say, John, come look at this. Let's go help.
John?
I'll go. I guess so. and I'll start running towards the door.
So as you run towards the door and you come into, you put your hand on the door of Marge Hockler's apartment, and you look, and the three of them just put their hand on the window and smile at you before you go into the apartment.
God, I'm so creeped out.
Yep. Yep. Okay. What do you do with the door?
Do I see her try to attack them, or
Yeah,
no?
there's some. Yeah, so you're witnessing this, but your hand is currently on the doorknob to her apartment.
Okay. Well, what I'll do is I'll just, since she's by a window, I'm just gonna bum rush her and like try and tackle her towards the window.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and give me a fighting brawl check? And she's gonna try and fight back, just so you know.
I got a 23 out of 25.
23 out of 25. Okay, so you go to bum rush her, and you manage to tackle her, and she kind of goes, ugh! And as she goes, ugh! You feel this sharp pain in your lower back, and you can tell that you've been stabbed. You
Okay.
take... 1 second, I gotta find the...
Lots of damage.
So you're gonna take... You feel this knife wound just go really deep, and it's the most excruciating thing you've ever felt in your entire life. You take 5 hit points of damage.
Ooh.
How much health do you have? What's your maximum
11.
HP? 11? Okay, so you just dodged out. You just missed out on a massive wound. So it missed all the organs, but you've been stabbed, and you know you've been stabbed. Why don't you go ahead and roll down? No, so you were gonna try to bum rush her into the window, right?
Yep.
So you bum rush her into the window. She goes and falls back against the window, and her hand, her free hand, her left hand, curls around the curtain, and she kind of falls down onto the ground going forward, pulling the curtain down on top of her, and she's trying to get up. She's this really big lady trying to get up, and she's face down on the ground, covered in the curtain.
All right, I'm gonna like try and crawl away with my stab wound.
Yeah, so you're gonna try and get away. Let's say that Tommy, you're up next. What's your action?
So I reach in my trench coat, pull out my sawed-off shotgun, and I yell at her to drop the knife and stand up. I don't want to shoot her.
Okay, so she still trying to push herself up off the ground, but she's tangled up in this curtain. So she's slashing the knife wildly while blinded by her curtain.
I tell her to drop the knife.
She doesn't listen.
Okay.
But she keeps like snarling wildly, like she's completely insane.
Okay, so
Just shoot her.
Well, but then I've only got 2 shots. Okay.
The bitch stabbed me.
Okay, I shoot her once. I shoot her with 1 shotgun shot.
Okay, so there's nobody in front of you to really stop anything bad from happening. Gerard is currently on his back on the floor in a prone position with the couch tipped over. You pull the trigger. Why don't you go ahead and give me a shotgun check?
So that's under... What do you mean?
Firearms. It's under firearms. It should say shotgun rifle.
Okay, so I have a 60 for firearms, but I have... Oh, I put it in the wrong spot. I put it under handgun, but I meant to show. So I have an 86 of 60.
Okay, so you pull the trigger, and the gun kind of kicks back in a way that you're not expecting, and you miss the shot. So it just kind of goes and just blows out. It hits the window behind Marge.
Does Marge react at all?
No, she's just still going wild, like trying to, like she's like clawing at you. So now she manages to get the curtain off of her face, and you see this wild look in her eye. Her eyes are bloodshot and completely wild. Her hair is insane. She's snarling like a dog, and she's now crawling towards you, trying to get out of this massive coil of drapery, while slashing the knife at you every single time she tries to get closer to you. And she turns and sees Millie in the corner, and she starts crawling her way towards Millie.
So I shoot her again with my other shotgun shot.
So you've already taken, unfortunately, it's either one or both, but you've already taken your action this turn. So if you,
okay, I did.
Gerard, you can spend this turn staying prone and trying to hide, or Gerard can get up and for this turn so that he's ready for the next turn.
So I've got my gun on me. Can I try to like aim from laying on the floor?
Do you have your gun on you? I don't. Did you?
Yeah, I said I took
He
it.
did. He
Okay,
did.
that's
He said he
fine.
put it in his
So,
pocket.
lying from a prone position, you can try and take a shot. She is crawling her way towards Millie. If you fail the shot, you might hit Millie.
I'll risk it.
So you're going to risk it? Okay,
Yeah.
so go ahead and roll for handgun.
It's a 54 out of 40.
So if you don't push for luck, if you don't use your luck to try and stop this from happening, Millie's taking your shot.
I'll use my luck points.
Okay, so it's 14 points, I think?
Yeah.
Okay, so you pull the trigger, and the gun is your gun is kind of swaying as you're trying to aim, and you pull it before you completely get the shot, before you completely get the aim on the shot. And the bullet, why don't you go ahead and roll for damage on your gun?
8.
Okay, yeah, that'll do it. So you pull this trigger, and she kind of takes the shot underneath her armpit, and it exits her arm over her shoulder and kind of clips the side of her head, and her head, she kind of goes slumped into the ground and goes, and then makes no sound and is no longer moving.
Holy shit, what was that?
I don't know, but that was a good shot, Gerard.
Is she
Thanks.
still alive?
Someone can go up and check if they want.
Check her pulse.
She's still got her hand a grip around the knife, just so you guys know.
I don't know about you guys, but I ain't touching her with a 10-foot pole.
I definitely am not touching her again. Oh, last time I did, I got a wound for it.
I guess I can go check, and I'll cautiously approach her and try to find a wrist pulse.
Yeah, you can definitely do. So how about you knock the knife out of her hand and then try the wrist?
Yeah, I kick it away.
So give me a first aid check. And John, do you want to try and do first aid on yourself, or do you want somebody who has better first aid skill to try and help you out a little bit because you're hurt?
If somebody has it, that'd be great.
I do. I'll go help. I'm going to go help John. I know a little bit of first aid.
Okay, so Millie reaches out, and as the knife is sort of flicked from her hand, she kind of twitches a little bit, but stays down. And you check her pulse, and it's irregular and very rapid, but it is there.
Okay. She's got a pulse, but it's not like a pulse I've checked before.
Well, whatever you do, somebody pick up that knife, because I don't want her having that. Just kicking away is probably not good enough.
Let me see if I can fix you up there, John.
How are you going to do that? Do you want to try and find some first aid material in the apartment, or?
Yeah, let's do something. Yeah, let's do that. I'm gonna go look in this room over here and see if I can find any kind of a bandage or anything to stop the bleeding.
So there's a closed door behind Gerard where he's lying on the floor, and there's an open door to the kitchen. Which room are you referring to?
I'm gonna go in the kitchen and look for a kitchen rag or something.
So while you're walking into the kitchen, you're a little bit taken aback, right? So you're a little bit winded. I'm going to ask you to do a spot hidden check while you're walking into the kitchen.
I rolled a 96 out of 60.
So you don't notice anything as you're walking into the kitchen. One track mind as you're now rummaging through cupboards and stuff to try and find something, anything to stem the bleeding of being stabbed in the back and the lower back.
Okay.
What's everybody else doing? Oh, at this time, Gerard, you're kind of lying on the ground. You're puffing and puffing. After you're kind of holding your face. You realize that you've been injured as well. You took 1 hit point of damage. I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that.
Okay.
So you kind of reach up and you're bleeding from the forehead.
Gotcha.
And it's at this time that you also notice, you turn to the right, that the door to her apartment is now closed.
How the hell did this door close?
Probably those creepy guys with the smiling faces.
God.
I'm gonna try and take at least a part of the curtain and cover my wound, so hopefully to stem some of the blood while I'm waiting.
Sure thing. So the curtains on the window that are still up, or the curtains that are wrapped around Marge?
The one that's still up. I'm not going near that lady again.
Okay, so you're gonna pull the curtains down?
Yes.
So you pull the curtains down, and you're kind of patting your back, and you look forward and you look out the window, and something seems very off. Originally, the sun was going down on this day, it was still an orange sky. There were still pink wisps. So why then do you see night sky above you with beautiful stars? And as your eyes trail downward and you look forward, you wonder where all the buildings have gone and why all you see is night sky. And as you look down where the ground is, you wonder where the ground has gone because all you see is night sky. Roll for sanity.
Okay. I got a 26. Do I just go off my current sanity or?
Yeah, so it's always, a sanity check is always current sanity.
Okay, I have a 55 for current sanity. I rolled a 26.
So you kind of shake your head and you're like, what the hell? And you say that out loud. So like the other three in the room might have heard you say what the hell. You don't even notice that you're saying it. It just comes out. You're like, what the fuck?
What the fuck hell?
Anybody else want to go look?
Yeah, I'll go look.
I turn around and start to walk out of the kitchen because of what he just said.
Gerard gets up to go look.
Okay, so everybody's looking out the window. Everybody make a sanity check.
So for this,
54 of 54.
Lucky.
50 out of 54.
Okay.
so how does the sanity check work? I'm a little, I guess.
So what you do is you're gonna do a D100 sanity. So what you do is you roll the D100s, the same dice you've been rolling the whole time.
Yep.
And you're gonna check it against your current sanity points.
Mhm.
So I think you have 65 sanity.
I do. I just rolled a 59.
So you passed the check. You always want to roll lower than, because the way that this works, and just to let you guys know, this is as you lose sanity, it becomes harder and harder to pass your sanity checks because you have to roll lower and lower and lower every time. So the more insane you become, the more insane you will become after that.
So that part made sense. I was just curious, like how much you take off. Like if you go over, do you take off a certain amount, or do you get
So
to decide that?
that depends on what you guys see.
Oh, okay.
There are
So that's
sometimes-
like,
so this roll is if you pass the roll, you don't lose any sanity. But there are some times when you'll pass the roll and you'll still have to roll a massive amount of sanity loss.
oh, okay. That's what I was trying to figure out. If
I'll
you
let-
as
I'll
long
let
as I
you guys
passed
know.
it, but-
I'll let you guys know when that happens.
We see a great old one and we're going crazy whether we pass our check or not.
Exactly. Yeah. All right, so everybody's staring out of the window. Does anybody want to look around the apartment before you leave? John could use some first aid.
I'm still trying to cover this this wound, and this
Yeah.
was the only thing that wasn't ripped up that I thought I could cover it with.
Tommy, Tommy, give me a luck check.
I rolled a 65 out of 35.
Okay, so the best thing you managed to find was a roll of tape and a clean rag.
Hold up, I got some tape and a rag here. Let me see if I can wrap you up, John, to slow the bleeding.
So give me a first aid check.
I rolled an 83 out of. Hold on, what did I have in first aid? 40.
John's gonna die.
I'm all good.
So as it's almost like Tommy doesn't. It's almost like he's panicking and he doesn't really know what he's doing when it comes to dealing with a wound of this caliber. Like it's a deep wound. It's bleeding profusely. He's really obviously worried what he's doing. He doesn't even make the attempt. So he kind of like puts it down. He's like, I don't know what to do.
Do you need to go to the hospital?
If we can get to a hospital, I mean, I look out this window and I don't know where I am anymore.
Yeah, is nobody going to talk about that? All I see is stars outside.
Somebody go to the door, see if we can get out. And I'll see if I can plug up this hole. I'm going to try and stuff the thing in my wound with first aid as well.
I'm not going to go to the door by myself, but I'll go. Anybody want to come with me?
I'll go with you.
All right.
I got a 35 out of 30. Can I use luck points to like make it the difference up or no?
For first aid,
Yeah.
you most certainly can use luck to do that.
Okay, because I got a 35. I have a 30 in first aid. I would love to not die.
So go ahead and give yourself the 5 points, and you get to get 1 hit point back.
Oh, thank God.
But you're still injured, and you'll still probably need to go to the hospital. So,
Oh yeah, a 7 out of 11 is not much, but
all right, so
hopefully
you
that means I'm
guys
not
kind of-
bleeding out.
Let's say that you guys like right up the couch and you're like sitting on the edge of the couch trying to like pad down and wrapping tape around yourself while you're doing that. Who's opening the door? Who's doing what here?
Me and Gerard are working our way towards the door.
Okay, so the closed door, you guys put your hand on it, and as you do, you reach forward and turn the doorknob, and the door falls open as though gravity is pulling it in a very weird way. And stretching before you for as far as the eye can see is a hallway with thousands of doors.
What the hell, Gerard?
Holy shit!
Are
You two
you
have to
seeing
roll
what
for
I'm
sanity.
seeing?
You two roll for sanity.
Oh no!
25 out of 54.
Oh
Tommy?
no! I did 91 out of 65.
Oh.
Do you have a D2 on your program? A coin?
D2. Yeah.
See if not, just do you have a coin on you, like a quarter or something?
Yes. Give me a second.
Okay, go for it.
We's all gonna die.
Yeah, I have something like a coin I can flip.
Okay, so so you're either gonna lose 1 or 2 sanity points. We'll say heads is 1, tails is 2.
Okay, I'm gonna flip it. Tails.
So you lose 2 sanity points. Your character starts to sort of stumble backward, and he trips over himself and falls and hits the ground. And he's like, "What the hell? What the hell? What the hell?"
Ah! What the hell? What the hell? What the hell?
I think that lady spiked my coffee. I must have been
I didn't-
drugged.
I don't see it. I see it too, and I didn't have no coffee.
What the fuck?
Is the door we came through still there, or is it just the hall?
It's a hallway stretching in front of you going forward, so the hallway that was running left and right is gone.
So I kind of stand back up and stumble to my feet.
Gerard goes to like take a step, like one step forward, like his back foot is still in the apartment.
Okay, so you take the step forward, and as you do, the whole apartment in front of you, like all this massive long hallway that goes as far as your eye can see, filled with doors, slowly you get the sensation that the whole thing is rotating, and it's almost like you're looking down a spiral now.
I think I'm gonna be sick.
Do I see this as well as I'm standing up? Or
Yes, you do.
Is it spinning for you too, Gerard?
Sure is.
John, Millier, is this piquing your interest at all?
I'm still trying to help him get to his feet.
Okay.
Millie, John, you guys might want to come see this.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
this exit?
since I've been taped up now and we got some blood staying on the inside. I'm gonna get up and try and figure out what the fuck they're talking about.
Okay. So you
Here,
guys both look down the hallway, and you see this hallway extended infinitely before you, spiraling. As though you're looking down a spiral, the floor slowly climbs up onto the left wall, onto the ceiling, onto the right wall, back onto the floor, onto the left wall, onto the ceiling, spiraling down for seemingly forever.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm damn sure not going down that hallway.
What kind of devilry is this?
I don't know. As I make the sign of the cross on myself.
Mm-hmm.
I wanna
John's
walk
just
down the
gonna laugh
hallway.
to himself when he does
Was
that.
Millie?
I want to walk down the hallway.
Okay, so Millie begins walking down the hallway, and as you stand in the apartment, her gravity doesn't seem to be affected as she walks up the left wall and is now standing upside down, and she looks back at you as she's standing upside down in the hallway.
Gerard follows.
Okay, so you begin to hobble down the hallway. What is everybody else doing? You guys heading into the hallway?
I'm gonna go for the other room besides the kitchen that was in this house that's still not spinning.
I'm gonna go with you, John. I don't want to go down that hallway.
So you guys are just kind of waiting in this hallway, and Gerard, let's say for happenstance, like just for now, you're kind of like holding the door open to Marge's apartment.
Yep.
You got your hand on the doorknob so that it doesn't slam shut or anything like that. But you do feel the door. It's like moving in your hand. It feels very weird.
Okay.
Like almost like you feel dirty holding this doorknob. It almost feels like it's touching you back.
Ugh.
As John and Tommy enter into the room with the closed door, they realize that all of these lines that are painted on the wall in food and feces and anything that she seemingly could get her hands on are all converging into this room. It's a bedroom that is also torn to shreds, but all of the lines converge above the bed into this giant orb above the bed. As you stare at the orb, you swear it's moving. And it's roll for sanity.
I got a 21 out of 55.
Okay.
I rolled a 43 out of 63.
Okay, so the two of you just stand there staring at this mass of moving food and feces and makeup and all sorts of things that are just painted into this giant orb above the bed.
The smell in here. Ugh. What? Do you see that orb, John?
I do. Does it look anything like the pictures we saw earlier today on that paper?
One second, I need to look at the paper.
'Cause I remember there were circles. There were
get
circles drawn, but
you get the distinct feeling that this is almost like an homage to it. Like you feel like there can be some kind of connection.
You talking about the paper we saw at the professor's office?
Yeah. Don't you remember there was a bunch of circles on it? I don't remember all the symbols, but this looks like it could be something similar. Is what I'm thinking.
Suddenly, the orb in the middle of the room in the middle of the wall begins to glow bright, and this beautiful, stunning white light about the size of a softball flies out and hovers in front of each of you for just a split second before zooming to the hallway, hovering in front of Gerard's face in front of the door, and zooming down the hallway past Millie, and it just zooms down the hallway and disappears out of sight.
Should we follow it?
I honestly have no idea what to do.
Is the orb still there?
The orb is now out of sight. It zipped off real fast.
And since nobody picked it up, I'm gonna grab the knife that she kicked off to the side and take it with me. And I'll start heading down the hall with them, I guess.
Okay. And Tommy, what are you up to?
I guess I'll follow you because I'm damn sure not going to be alone.
So, so you all make it back to Gerard, and all of you slowly begin waking your way down this hallway that's seemingly curving and uncurving, the walls bowing and buckling as though the walls themselves were breathing. And the doorways that you all walk past, you look at the doors as you walk, and it's apartment 101, apartment 101, apartment 212, apartment 1803, apartment number with numbers that go on for the entire door. And as you continue walking, you've walked the spiral several times, and you walk for like this for about 5 minutes. And as you guys think you're level again, you're not sure because you've gone through the spiral so many times, you don't remember which way is up and which way is down. Slowly, about 10 feet in front of you, a door creaks open.
Where's Millie at?
You're all together.
I'm right next to you.
Okay, I thought she was ahead.
Where's Millie at?
I thought she was ahead.
We all stopped when the door opened. I'm just gonna walk past them towards the open door.
Okay, so you kind of move your way through them, and the door is hanging open in front of you, almost like almost as if it was like a dangling piece of wood, sort of slowly creaking back and forth.
I walk through the door.
So you're going into the room?
Mm-hmm.
So you enter the room, and as you enter the room, you give me a dexterity check, please. The gravity of the room suddenly shifts on you, and you feel yourself falling into the room.
45 of 65.
And you manage to sort of like catch yourself as you're falling and land on your feet in the room. Although now you look out into the hallway and you see them standing upside down beside you. You're now standing in the room. What do you do?
I tell them that they should come join me.
So you haven't looked around the room?
Mm,
You're kind of still gaining your balance back?
yeah.
As you say, come join me, guys, what do you do?
Gerard yells back, "Are you nuts? You almost fell and died."
So you guys are standing in the doorway while she's kind of standing upside down?
Yeah.
She's staring at you, so she doesn't see it. How many of you are staring into the room from the hallway?
Gerard
I'll be
is.
sitting in the room. I'll be trying to hold the door open just in case,
All right, so Millie, your back is to the room. Give me a listen check.
28 of 50.
You hear it before you see it. And slowly the sound of a straining rope, several straining ropes, makes its way into your brain. You look at the men standing in the hallway, and all of them have the color is just drained from their face. And as you turn around, you see it too. Hanging in the room are a family. Father, mother, child, baby, hanging from ropes on the rafters. You see them hanging in the room vertically, but the men are looking at these hanging, swinging bodies, hanging horizontally through the room, swinging up and down. Everybody roll for sanity.
So I'm immune to sanity loss from corpse or injury.
You're looking at corpses that are hanging horizontally into a room. It doesn't make any sense to you.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
44 out of 54.
Okay.
95 out of 54.
53 out of 55.
Okay.
69 out of 63.
Okay, so those of you who failed, please roll 1d4 and mark the total as a sanity loss. It's also at this time that I'm going to ask you to keep in mind your sanity loss to represent if you lose more than 5 sanity during this adventure, you guys are going to suffer a bout of madness.
So I've already, because I just rolled 4, right?
I'm down 3.
Okay, so down 3, and Tommy, you just rolled 4.
I just rolled 4, but I lost 2 earlier, so I'm already lost 6 the whole time.
Okie dokes. Let's find out what happens to you.
You're going to go insane. I'm going to die from blood loss. It'll all be fine.
At least the cripple's doing well.
So, Tommy feels the blood rushing out of his head, and Millie is the first to see him begin to sort of buckle in the knees, and he starts, and like you can see the light leaving his eyes as he falls over and faints into the hallway. So, Millie, you're still in a room with this hanging family, and John and Gerard didn't seem to be affected by it too much.
And I'm unconscious on the ground.
You're unconscious on the ground. It is also at this time, spot hidden check, please, from Gerard and John.
81 of 50, so I don't see shit.
60 out of 60.
Okay, Gerard, you see movement out of the corner of your eye, and walking down the hallway is, walking towards you, is a woman in a nightgown. She's walking. Sometimes she seems to be walking slow. Other times she seems to be gaining ground incredibly fast, yet her stride is not changing pace. And as she sees you, she begins to walk towards you, and you start talking. It's almost like you want to talk to this woman, but first she comes to you and pleads, "Please, please kill me, please." And as she says, "Please kill me," she follows up with another clue.
Follow the lights. Follow the lights.
As she's talking, her voice, her mouth is moving, but no words are coming out. And after she's done talking, you hear the words.
Follow what lights?
The lights lead to where the key was turned. Turn the key back.
And then she slowly, as soon as she got to you, she starts walking backwards down the hallway the same way she walked up to you and disappears into one of the rooms.
Jesus.
Did anybody else hear it, or is he the only one that heard it since he saw her?
No, everybody heard it. I was just gonna see if she snuck up on you and scared you guys.
Okay.
Got it.
Hey, Millie.
The only one who didn't hear it was Tommy, who, as soon as the woman disappears, Tommy seems to be sort of shaking out of it and sort of,
I think we should get out of that room and head back down this hallway. Because didn't that one light shoot down the hallway?
Wouldn't it have shot down to this room?
I don't know what's gotten into me. What did I miss anything? Was I out long?
The light went all the way down the hallway.
Yeah, I thought this was just one of the rooms on the side. I didn't think this is the room at the end of the hall, was it?
So the light continued down this hallway that seemed to stretch for infinity. Where you're standing right now, there doesn't seem to be an end to the hallway.
Yeah, so we don't know if this is the right door at all, Millie.
Okay, I'll come back.
You guys, do you see a lot in the door?
Yeah, do you see any light in the room, I guess?
I'll look around the room.
So you're very much concentrating on not looking at the hanging family. The sight of that scared the absolute hell out of you. But you kind of look around the room, like and you're like, no, I don't see anything. I'm coming back out now.
Yep.
So they pull you up and help you back into the hallway.
And then I will very quickly and decidedly close the door.
Okay, so the door closes. Ka-chunk. And that way it will stay. And as you close that door that you've closed, give me a spot hidden check from everybody.
10 of 40.
Okay.
60 out of 60 again.
Okay.
53 out of 50.
Okay. Millie is the first to notice it, but she pulls the door closed, and as she pulls the door closed, she looks, and there's not a room number on this room anymore. It just says North Staircase.
It says North Staircase. You know, she's noticed it.
Yeah, it's Millie that noticed it.
Can I open the door again?
If you want. You open the door, and the door slowly creaks open, and as it does, you find yourself looking at a stairwell with a beautiful wooden staircase that goes up and down.
This is peculiar.
And as you say that, it seems you almost hear it echo in the staircase. It's almost like there's like an echo in the staircase.
This whole thing's been peculiar, Millie.
I'm gonna go up the staircase.
Are you sure about that?
Blasted
No.
stairs.
But I'm gonna do it.
Blasted stairs.
These stairs go up, and those stairs go down.
Yeah, these stairs go up. I don't know if you can make it up, Gerard.
Gerard takes a swig of his flask.
Okay. Good call. So you're all going to take the stairs up?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll help you
I
out,
guess.
Gerard.
So you're all going to take the stairs. How are you all going to enter the stairs? So like what's going on in the stairwell right now?
Well, John's not going to take the stairs. He's going to hold the door. Because it seems if you let the door close, shit happens, so...
Okay.
I'm just gonna lightly take the railing and start slowly walking up one step at a time.
Okay. And anybody else?
Gerard kind of hobbles his way up.
I'm gonna help Gerard. I'm gonna walk beside him and hold him by the shoulder so he doesn't fall.
So you guys begin climbing the stairwell, and as you begin climbing the stairwell, you look back and you see John standing at the door, preventing it from closing. And you get to this part of the stairwell where you can no longer see him, and you start climbing, and you sort of crest the second floor. And as you crest the second floor, you see John standing in front of you. John, you just watch
What
them.
the hell? You were at the door.
John, you just watch them go up the stairs, and you just watch them come from down the stairs.
I don't think those stairs lead anywhere, boys.
What do you mean? We just kept going up, and then you, for some reason, cut in front of us and got. How did you get up here faster than us?
Oh, I haven't moved.
Yes,
you
you
guys are
have.
now coming from below.
What do you mean you
No,
haven't?
no, no. See, we climbed those stairs up, and you were there.
See, from my point of view, you guys are the one who are crazy.
What is going on?
So the stairs go nowhere?
It seems to me they do.
You guys have an option to look up and down the stairwell and see what the hell what just happened.
I say we leave these stairs. I don't even want to be in this room anymore. Let's go out the door that John's holding.
Gerard takes a quick peek up the little space between the stairs.
As Gerard peeks up, you see someone on the floor above you, also looking up.
Does that look like me?
If you'd swear it was. More than that, you see that this staircase seems to also stretch for an eternity. Roll for sanity.
Only Gerard, right? Because I'm not.
He's the only one that looked.
It's a 43 out of 54.
Okay, so you lose 1 point of sanity.
All right.
And you kind of stagger back, and as you stagger backwards, you're on... Are you still on the landing that everybody's standing on where you're talking with John?
Yeah.
Okay, so you kind of stagger backwards and you almost fall, and they kind of catch you and stop you from falling.
I don't understand what's going on.
I got you, Gerard. Be careful,
Thanks.
though.
Thank you.
I think we should actually go.
Yeah, let's go.
So you guys are going to leave back into the hallway?
Yeah, let's get out of this damned room.
So as you leave the hall, you kind of go and you pull the door closed, and you realize that you're not standing in a hallway going left and right, but you're standing at the end of another hallway, and it's stretching to infinity again in front of you.
Anybody else seeing this?
Everybody give me a group luck roll. So everybody roll for luck, and we're gonna see what happens.
Okay. I rolled 58 out of 35 points.
13 out of 45.
30 of 65.
45 out of 36.
As you guys stand in this hall, you begin to everybody roll for listen as well.
77 of 50.
Okay.
47 of 20.
69 of 40.
4 of 50.
So, Tommy, you start hearing crying, and you know that it's coming from the room 2 doors down.
You guys hear that crying about 2 doors down over there?
No.
I don't hear anything.
Are you sure it's not 3 doors down?
It could be, but that band hasn't been invented yet.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll follow you because I don't hear it.
I don't know if I should check it out or not, but I certainly hear something.
As you guys converse, all 4 of you hear a loud bang.
Oh, God.
And
What does that do to me?
And Tommy, John,
I have a fear of loud noises.
Yeah, so John, you kind of stumble backwards, and it startles you, and you put your hand on the doorknob behind you, and you turn the doorknob, and as you kind of step backwards into the room behind you, you feel your foot touching no ground, and it is instead touching air. Roll for strength and dexterity.
Strength is 33 out of 50.
Yeah, okay, and then you rolled a 33, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's both strength and dex.
Oh,
You
both at
succeeded?
strength at the same time. Okay, so 40 on the dex and 50 on the strength.
Okay, but you passed, right? You rolled a 33?
Pass both, yep.
So as you step backwards and you feel your foot touching nothing but thin air, your other foot stumbles and you fall backwards and you grip the doorknob tightly in your right hand as you are hanging freeform into this, and you look down and you're looking into nothing but darkness.
Alrighty, I'm guessing that's a sanity roll?
Nope, not yet.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna try and pull myself up, I guess.
Yeah, and anybody else? So do you want to maybe call for help?
Well, yeah, I'll be like, ah!
So what it looks like, guys, is he is backed into the doorway at the end of the hall, and he is the door at the end of the hall is now all the way open, and he is hanging into this darkness. So you're seeing him almost horizontal, and he's looking at you, and he's now looking up, looking at you, and he sees the hallway extending forever.
Okay, so I walk over to him and I kind of like stay on the edge of the door frame so that
Okay.
like if I were to like fall in like him, I would be laying against the wall, and I
Yep.
kind of like reach my arm in towards him.
I'm
Okay.
gonna try and grab his hand and hopefully help me out.
John, you make a dex check. Tommy, you make a strength check.
11 out of 44.
Okay,
For
so
my
you
dex?
manage to reach his hand. Tommy, do you manage to pull him back up?
I rolled a 47 out of 60.
Okay, so you kind of strong arm it, and you pull him back up, and you can feel, even though you're standing, you can tell that gravity was pulling him in, and you're pulling against that, and you use your right arm and just kind of strong arm him back up to where gravity grabs a hold of him again, and all of you kind of stumble back into the hallway, and the damn door just goes and slams shut before you guys.
You all right there, John?
Honestly, I'm not sure anymore.
I don't even know what happened there. It was like I was lifting you, but it was sideways.
I don't. All I heard was a loud noise, and those have always set me off. And I just ended up through the door somehow, and then I was hanging.
So there was a gunshot that did go off in the room 2 doors down.
Yeah, it helps G's push to talk. Yeah, what was that loud noise? You guys heard that? It was 2 doors down, right? I heard it. But you guys said you didn't hear it.
I didn't hear it, but I'll trust you.
I guess let's go look. Slow, all together.
Gerard pulls his pistol out just in case.
Okay.
Yeah, Tommy places his hand back on his sawed-off shotgun, but
All right.
still on his hip this whole time. He just
Keep in mind, you've only got 1 shot left.
only got 1 shot left because I used one on the lady and missed.
I guess I'll just be gripping the knife and hoping that I don't have to stab anybody with this butcher knife.
Okay. So we have a gun out. We have your hand is on your shotgun just in case. Millie, do you want to take your handgun out?
Yeah, I'll just tuck it into my right hand.
Okay. Do you want it with the silencer or do you care?
No.
Okay, so it's just a regular little 22 short. Okay. So let's see what happens next. The door that you were just standing behind spawns a light orb, and it shoots over all of your shoulders and continues forward and turns left about 20 doors down, but you're not sure which door it entered.
I don't know if we should be following the lights like that lady said. What do you guys think?
I think that it's the only thing that's been said here besides us walking down a random hallway. I'd rather investigate that than each one of these doors that seems to either kill us or throw us down some stairs or...
Yeah, but maybe that's what we're supposed to think.
Look, if there's a chance we can get out of here by following that light, I say we take it. Otherwise, we're going to be lost in here forever.
I agree. Whatever is here, obviously, has control over this building, and we're not going to make it by opening each of these doors.
So what are you guys doing?
I'm gonna walk down what I think 20 doorways is, and then turn and follow the light.
So there's one of 3 doors that it could have gone into. You see one door that says apartment 201. You see one door that says apartment 212, and you see one door that says south staircase.
We saw apartment 212 pretty early on.
Yeah, wasn't 212 Sticky Jack's address?
Um,
Was
313.
yeah, Millie's right. It was 313.
Okay, never mind. I don't know, guys. Which door? Should we open all 3 and see?
want to split up? Does that always
I'll
work
take
so
the
well?
staircase.
I'll take 212.
So Gerard, you put your hand on the door to 212 and you turn it and you swing it open, and the door opens, and what's in front of you is a seemingly very normal apartment.
Huh. Finally. Something normal.
There is nothing out of place in here.
I'm standing behind him, and I'm like, "What do you see? What do you see, Gerard?"
Yeah, it just looks like a normal apartment. I could actually stay here. It's nice.
There is one thing that you've noticed. All sound seems to have ceased in this room. Roll for Constitution.
Okay.
Both Tommy and Gerard.
It's a 54 out of 50.
Okay, and Tommy?
I rolled a 22 out of 65.
So it hits both of you. A foul and pervasive smell.
Ugh.
And all of a sudden, Gerard kind of bends over and throws up just in front of the doorway.
What is that?
Watch my shoes there, Gerard.
Fuck your shoes. Do you smell that?
It's what is that?
It's disgusting.
I think the other apartment was 201 or 202?
I was going to 201 or 202, whichever it was, and then Millie was going to the staircase.
Okay, so as you open the door to apartment, how fast do you open it? Are you gonna like kind of creak it open and try and peek inside, or are you just gonna let it swing open?
Oh, I'm gonna open it as slowly as possible because I don't want to get attacked.
So as you open the door, you look in the room and you notice that nothing seems out of place, and then you look down at the ground, and where every other apartment in this place seems to have a wooden floor, the floor here doesn't seem to be floor. It seems to be stucco.
So I'm gonna look up above me and see if
As you look up
the
above
roof
you,
is stucco.
up above you, you look up and you look, and what you see is wood. That which matches the wood floor of every other apartment.
All right. Well, I'm going to try my best to crawl in, because I think the gravity is going to fuck up once I try and go in there.
Okay, so you're gonna try and sort of test the waters a little bit.
Yeah, see if I can get in by see how far my body goes in before I start feeling the gravity, and then if I have to lower myself down onto the floor.
Inch by inch, you're concentrating on. You're kind of thinking about this a lot and really concentrating on like, okay, I can get this far in. Okay, I can get this far in. And before you know it, your whole body is in the room and you're standing on the ceiling. It's at this time that you also notice that the whole room has this weird red tinge to it. And this weird red tinge is coming from the ceiling lamp, which is on the floor with you where you stand, being covered in red. And as you look up, you see a man in an upside down chair. His brains have been blown out and his blood is dripping onto the ceiling. The lamp on the ceiling, which is at your feet. Roll for sanity.
I got an 82 out of 55.
You're gonna roll 1d4 sanity loss.
I got a 1.
Oh, very nice. So you kind of go, what the hell? Oh my gosh, what's going on here? And you just kind of like compose yourself for a second, and you're shaking, and you're really quite terrified. But you look up, and as you look up, you notice a couple of things. One, his right arm is hanging as though it is affected by gravity, but nothing else in the room is. And in his hand is a handgun. It looks like a revolver to you.
Can I reach it?
What's your size?
My size is 55.
So you try to reach up to get it, but it's just out of reach.
Is there anything I could pull on the ceiling that I could stand on?
You could try standing on the ceiling lamp.
Okay, I'm gonna try that.
Okay, so it gives you that little edge that you need, and you just managed to reach up and grab this handgun that's in his hand. While we're dealing with that, Millie, you were going to look at the staircase, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you open the door to the southern staircase and you look in, and it seems to be relatively normal.
Can I try going up the staircase?
Do you want to go alone?
Yes.
You most certainly can try if you want.
Okay.
So you walk into the room, and are you going to try and leave the door open? Are you going to try and prop it open with anything, or are you just going to leave it open?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to leave it open.
How are you going to do that?
Is there anything in the stairwell that looks like I could move it?
You see attached to the wall beside you is a chain with a little slip knot around the end of it. And you get the feeling like this was meant to hold the doorknob open.
Okay. Can I latch it over the doorknob?
Yes, you can.
Okay, so I'll latch the rope over the doorknob, and then I will attempt to walk up the first flight of stairs.
Okay, so as you begin walking up the first flight of stairs, you keep your eye to make sure that the door doesn't seem that it's gonna like slip closed and close on you, and it seems to be staying open on its own accord. And you get up and you climb the next set of stairs, and you look up and you see on the next landing up, floor 7.
7. Okay, is the door unlocked?
So you get up to the top and you double check and you sort of jingle it in your hand, and yes, you do manage to open the door, and there is another hallway. Except this one doesn't stretch for as far as the eye can see. It seems to be going at a downhill angle gradually. So like it starts off small and then it gets steeper and steeper as the hallway goes down.
Okay, I'm gonna shout back that I found another hallway and it's labeled floor 7.
Okay. Yep. Anybody else want to do anything with that information?
Well, I'm gonna, since I didn't see anything but this person and a gun, I'm gonna head back out to the hallway.
Do we hear
See
her
how the
shout
other
this?
two are.
Yeah, everybody roll for listen. That's actually a good point.
I don't hear shit. I got a 97 and my listen's 20.
Well, you're a little bit preoccupied in a room with a corpse, so
45 out of 40.
So no, you don't hear her shout anything either. So that you're just out of earshot.
I rolled a 92 out of 50. Sorry, monster.
We didn't hear
So
shit.
all of you are out of earshot. So Monstrous, you yell out, "Hey guys, I think I found it," and you get no response. So what's Millie gonna do?
She's gonna backtrack and try to find them so that she can tell them this.
Sure thing. So she begins to backtrack. Gerard and Tommy are still standing in front of the doorway that reeks. It's just the most foul and pervasive smell you could ever imagine smelling. What are you guys doing with it?
Should we look, Gerard, or should we just go?
You know, I really don't even want to go in there. It's disgusting. Let's go in one of the other rooms.
So you guys
Yeah, let's just shut the door.
So you guys shut the door and you guys walk past the propped open stairwell where Millie is coming down the stairs and she sees you guys.
Where's John at?
John is still in the room beside one of the doors.
Yeah, I'm gonna, after I get the gun, I'm gonna head out the door.
Sure thing, yeah. Okay, yeah.
I made it. Cool.
Yeah, so you managed to make it out of the door, no problem. And you, what do you do once you leave the door? So it's open behind you?
I'm gonna close the door behind me
Okay.
And I'm gonna throw the gun to one of the other. Tell them, hey, I got this. I'm no good with these things, but maybe one of you can make use of it.
So who has handgun skill?
I do.
I do.
Gerard and Millie. So Gerard, you see John coming out. Millie's coming down the stairs, so Millie doesn't see it yet. So Gerard, why don't you give me a handgun check?
Okay. It's a 30 out of 40.
So you know the gun that he's handing out, that he's holding out, is a 32 Colt revolver.
Ooh. Fancy.
What kind of gun do you have?
I've got a Webley revolver.
What caliber?
45.
Okay. So what do you want to do with the gun?
Like he's thrown it to me and I've caught it or something?
No, he was like handing it out to you,
Oh.
like handle of the gun out, so like you could pick it, you could take it.
I will grab the gun and put it in my left back pocket.
Okay, sounds good.
Actually, can I check for ammo in it first?
Sure.
Yeah.
So you open the gun and it has one spent round and the other 5 cartridges are empty.
Solid. So I'm going to write this down real quick.
So it has no ammo in it.
Okay.
And then at this point, I'm letting him know about the new hallway that I found.
Yeah, okay, so go ahead and roleplay it.
Guys, I figured you didn't hear me since nobody responded, so I went up these stairs over here and it said floor 7, and then it had another hallway, but it's not quite as long as this one.
Let's go. I want to get out of this damn hallway that goes on forever.
So you guys are all going to head up the stairs?
Yep.
Yep, might as well.
All right, so you begin to climb the staircase, and it seemingly is normal. And when you climb the stairs to the next landing, it says floor 16.
But it said 7.
It did. Roll for sanity, Millie.
79 out of 52.
You lose 1 point of sanity, and you let out a "What the fuck is wrong with this place?" And you start getting really angry about it being floor 16 instead of floor 7.
This is bullshit.
Whoa there, Millie.
What? It said 7.
And what's the difference? 7, 16,
The
7.
difference is 8, Tommy.
You can hear the laughter through her mic.
I can hear him laughing through your mic.
Oh, you can hear me laughing through her mic?
Wouldn't the difference be 9?
I don't know anymore.
Okay, back in.
It's a damn door, let's just open it.
I mean, yeah, I agree with you.
Fine.
So you open this door, and the hallway continues forward for about 5 doors down, and then makes a sharp right-hand turn.
What do you guys say?
I'm gonna walk in and try and open the very first door.
I'm gonna stand here and hold this door open so that it doesn't shut.
All right.
Basically saying, fuck it. Everything else has been leading us. Might as well try and lead ourselves.
So you're the first door on your left, John. You walk up to reach out to the doorknob, and you sort of take a second. You're like, whoa. And you look at the doorknob, and you look at the rest of the door, and the whole door is this. It's not wood. You wouldn't call it wood by any means. There's no grain. There's nothing to it. The whole door is this soft pink texture, including the doorknob.
All right, I'm gonna be crazy and try and actually open it, even though it's a pink fleshy door.
Okay, how are you going to open it?
With the fleshy handle?
So you're going to sort of push it open, or are you just going to let it open slowly?
Is it fleshy or is it just like some other kind of pink texture?
You could describe it as fleshy, yes.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, so we got a fleshy door.
That's not good.
Yo, John, be sure you turn on the flesh light when you turn on the door.
Those haven't been invented yet.
What are you talking about? The whole room's made of flesh. Just turn on the light.
But
All right, so yeah, I'm opening the door.
So the door swings open slowly, and as it does, you're still left standing in the hallway. But you look in, and the light from the hallway is the only light being cast into the room, and it looks like the whole room is this soft pink texture.
Hey, Tommy, I didn't know we were here to see your mom.
But tis.
Anyway, no, I'm gonna stay out of that room. That's too creepy even for me.
Sure thing. So you're gonna close the door behind you?
I'll leave the door open. I'm just gonna walk away from it.
Sounds good. So you guys walk away from the door, leaving the door open. And as you continue to walk, you come up to the right-hand turn of this hallway. I need everybody to roll for listen.
Including me, I'm still at the door.
Yes.
Okay.
7
Yeah, every-
of 50.
35 out of 40.
So you hear
68 out of 50.
those of you who passed your roll, you hear around the corner people coming up the hallway. Sounds like multiple footsteps. Millie, you passed your roll?
Yes.
You hear the words "Ia, Ia, Azathoth, Ia" coming from around the corner.
Isn't that what I heard at the Temple of Hope?
It is.
Fuck. Millie. Not
So we
this
started
again.
blasting.
I'm gonna let go of the door and come over with them, by the way.
Okay, so you're letting go of the door to the staircase?
Yes, I'm walking over with the other three.
You let go of the door and you hear the door close behind you, and as it closes behind you, you turn back and the door is gone, and it's now a hallway extending down and turning to the left.
Well, that was weird.
Guys,
So
I'm hearing chanting that I heard in the temple too.
So you're hearing it, and you're hearing these footsteps come up the hallway, and they're saying "Ya, Ya, Azathoth, Ya," and you guys are just right around the corner.
And there's nowhere to hide or anything.
We could go in one of these doors.
How many you reckon there are?
Doors? As many as the eye can see.
No people coming up the stairs.
4 or 5.
You can't say for sure, but it's at least 3. And they're coming. It's not a staircase. They're So you're standing at a hallway that turns right, and they're coming from around that corner. That's making a right.
Okay, and behind me, it turns to the left, right?
Yes. So the staircase disappeared, and now you're just in this hallway.
Let's check another door, guys.
Yeah, let's go in a different room. Get out of here.
So what are you guys going to try and go into one of the rooms?
Gerard is.
All right, so Gerard,
Yeah,
which room are you going to go into? Are you staying away from the pink door with that's already open?
No, I'm going in the pink door.
Okay, so you're going into the room that's already open, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so you head in. Who else is going in?
I am.
I guess I'll join them.
Be brave.
If they're willing to go in the flesh room, I'll go in with them.
Okay. So everybody disappears into the flesh room, and as who's the last person to go in?
Me, because I haven't decided to go in yet. I'm still standing outside of it.
So Tommy, you now are hearing this "Ya, Ya, Azathoth, Ya," and as you stand in this doorway, you see this person's arm come from around the corner, and then there's a conversation happening, but at the end of their arm, give me a spot hidden check.
I rolled a 3 out of 60.
You see that although they've stopped just shy of turning this corner, and you see this hand on the other coming from around the corner, obviously they're standing right there. It is obvious to you that this hand is holding a machete. And it is now getting ready to come around the corner.
I whisper to myself, "Oh shit!" and I jump in the flesh room with them.
So you're all in this room, and the first thing that you get the sensation of is that it's very moist, very humid in this room. And the floors and walls, you can't be sure 100%, but it sure feels like worms writhing underneath your feet.
Gross. What the fuck?
The door is open, and you still hear the words "ya ya" as it thought the "ya" coming down.
Should we shut this door?
Yeah, let's shut the door.
Okay.
So you guys close the door, and then
Shut
the
it
room
quietly so they don't hear.
So, click. The door closes, and you guys are trapped in this dark, humid, moist room with no light. And search as you might, you can't feel a light switch. Does anybody smoke?
I do not smoke.
Anyone have a light or a flashlight?
Nope.
Actually, I have a plus.
You have a what?
No, I don't have any items. No, never mind.
Okay, so you guys are just trapped in this dark room, and as you're trapped in this dark room, you everybody roll for listen.
72 of 50.
10 out of 20.
Okay.
50 out of 40.
Okay.
92 of 50.
So John has his ear pressed to the door, and he hears coming down the hallway, "Ya, ya, Azathoth, ya, 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 Azathoth, ya," and he crosses the door. And as he's listening quietly, he also hears, "I hope we find them soon." And the words continue as they continue down the hall.
Do you hear anything over there, John?
John?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I was like,
You nearly scared me shitless, John.
I was waiting to see if I heard anything else. You guys got to be quiet for a second. It sounds like they've gone down the hall a little further.
"Help me," you hear from inside the room.
Anybody else hear that?
Yep.
I did. Who's saying help me?
"Help us."
Gerard pulls out his pistol.
I'm going to
Tommy.
open the door so that we can get some light in here.
So as you open the door, the light is cast into the room, and everybody roll for spot hidden.
Fuck no. 95.
Okay.
63 out of 60. Damn.
18 of 40.
Okay. And Tommy?
Oh, 12 of 60. I hit the wrong button for my...
12 of 60?
Yes, 12. I rolled a 12 out of 60.
The keen eyes of Millie and Tommy catch light glinting off the far wall. And to their horror, they see eyes opening up all over the room. Mouths opening up all over the room. You all see it. And they're all pleading for you. "Please help us! It'll take you too! Get out, please!" And all of them are contradicting themselves as they shout to you. Everybody roll for sanity.
44 out of 54. So I'm not crazy yet.
45 of 51.
I rolled a 22 out of... that's... What do we roll that against? I forgot.
Sanity.
Oh,
Your sanity.
the one that says sanity. 59. So I rolled a 22 out of 59.
Okay.
73 out of 53.
Everybody who passed loses 2 sanity. I believe John... wait, who passed out? Tommy passed out, so he's about to have another bout of sanity. Another bout of madness, rather. I think a lot of people have lost 5 points at this point, right?
I've lost 6.
I've only lost 2 since the last time we passed out.
How many do we lose if we failed?
So if you are still suffering from temporary insanity, which once you've lost 5, you're suffering from temporary insanity, every subsequent point of sanity loss will trigger another bout of madness.
Okay, so I just lost 2, right? Even though I passed.
You lost 2. Gerard, how much have you lost?
I've lost 2, but I just failed. I don't know how much I lost from that.
1d6.
Oh god. That is 3 more. That is 5.
Okay, so that's 3 bouts of madness, if I'm unmistaken.
I've only lost 5 total.
Okay, so Tommy, we're gonna do yours first. Tommy, you turn to everybody in the room, and you swear that they're doing this to you. You swear you can no longer trust the people that you're with. You look at them the same way that you would look at the crazed people wearing white.
I think
And
it's
you swear you know you can't trust them anymore. In your heart of hearts, you are completely paranoid to everybody that's in the room with you for the next 2 hours.
I don't know. I think you guys are doing this to me. You're the only people I've been around, and no matter what I do, if I listen to you, it just keeps happening.
Millie, you have a boyfriend in your past, correct?
Yes.
The entry, I believe, let me see if I have it here. I should have it here somewhere. You have, I know my boyfriend Alan will protect me above all else. Please change that entry to, I know my boyfriend Alan is hunting me down and will kill me. And Wet, you kind of shudder as you feel your one good leg give out from underneath you, and you collapse to the ground in this warm, mushy room, sitting on it as you feel like you can't feel your leg anymore, like like it's become paralyzed.
Fuck, I can't move my leg.
It is at this time that everybody realizes that the room seems to be growing hands and appendages to reach out and try and grab you with.
I scream and dart for the center of the room.
I'm gonna try and drag the peg leg guy out of the room.
Okay, so that's gonna be how big is your character, Wet?
His size is 80.
Okay.
Oh God, this is gonna be hard.
on page 1, actually, you might have a harder time doing this than you think. On page 1 of your character sheet, in the bottom right, you'll see combat.
Okay.
What is your build, Wet?
My build is +1.
+1. Okay. Who's trying to drag him out?
John, and my build says 0.
Okay, so you can try and drag him out, but it's going to be strength with a penalty dice.
Okay. So that means I roll and then re-roll the...
And then re-roll it. You have to take the higher of the 2 rolls. Unless somebody else tries to help you out.
So
Does anybody get...
So I can't, right? Because I don't trust them. That's what.
Yeah, you don't trust them.
Mean?
You don't trust them. In addition to that, Tommy, you see Millie run for the door, and you think to yourself, she's going to try and bring people down on me.
What are you doing, Millie?
Trying to get out. That's what I'm trying to do.
So, Tommy, you might read that as she's trying to get away from me.
Why? Are you trying to leave him in here so they can kill me?
I'm trying to leave so that he won't kill me.
I try to like straggle to my feet and run out the door behind her.
Okay, so the 2 of you have managed to run out of the room. Gerard, you can try dragging yourself with John helping you if you want.
So
Okay.
I got my 2 rolls in. I got a 17 and then a 47 when I re-rolled the 10.
So you passed your strength check?
Yes, I have a 10 strength.
Okay, so Gerard, he's helping drag you out of the room.
Okay.
And as he does, you manage to make it to the exit of the room, and one of these appendages comes up over your peg leg and begins to almost meld to your peg leg.
Can I attack it with a knife that I got from the lady?
You can most certainly try.
What skill is that?
Fighting brawl.
Okay.
Cut it off! Cut it off!
44 out of 25, so not so great, guy.
So you start swinging at it, and sure enough, the floor begins bleeding where you slash at it. And you, it's not letting go. It's still climbing up his peg leg.
Can I take my peg leg off?
Sure, yeah.
I ditched the fucking peg leg. And
all right, so because you're ditching your peg leg, on your character sheet, locate move rate.
Yeah.
And then you'll see 2 boxes beside move rate, one with a minus, one with a plus.
Yep.
Click the minus.
Oh god. All right. Down to 4.
You also now are going to have to be helped through the apartment.
Okay.
Unless you can find a crutch or something to use.
Yeah.
Not by me. I don't trust you.
And John, if it's going to be you, so Tommy refuses to help anybody at this point for another 2 hours, which I will let you know when 2 hours is considered done, Tommy. It's got to be John, and John, you'll start suffering points of exhaustion, and eventually you might not be able to carry him anymore.
Already?
All right, so John, do you want to help carry him?
Has it gotten the peg leg into the room yet?
Yeah, so it pulls the peg leg in, and then the door boom, slams shut.
Okay. Yeah, I'll help carry him, I guess.
Thank you.
Okay, so go ahead and give me. We already did the strength check for you dragging him out of the room, so we'll consider that strength check to continue through, and that you still have the strength and the adrenaline to be able to carry him for a little bit longer. So as that door slams shut, another light appears before you guys and zooms down the hallway and down to the right.
I run after it.
Okay.
I hobble after it with somebody on my shoulder.
Yeah, so with him on his shoulder, and Tommy, what do you do?
I'm following, but I'm just kind of like behind everybody else.
Maybe like hand on shotgun sort of thing?
Yeah, I got my hand on my shotgun, and I'm just following everyone else, not saying anything, just looking around.
Okay, so you're kind of glaring at them, waiting for them to make a move. As you guys continue down the hallway, the light, you lose track of the light, but it is continuing down the hallway, and it seems to have disappeared into another doorway at the very end of the hall.
I open the door.
Okay, so you guys get to the end of the hallway, you open the door, and you're shocked to see, standing in front of you, now with a meat cleaver in her right hand, Marge Hockler, standing in the stairwell.
I thought we killed her.
No, she had a pulse.
What the hell?
Not again.
She looks at you and goes, "I've been looking all over for you, pretty girl!" And she charges you down yet again, hobbling more towards you, seemingly tired from the blood loss as she kind of loses her balance and stumbles against the wall, but still reaches for you, Millie.
I try to run out of her grasp.
Backwards or into the room?
Backwards.
So, sort of close the door on her?
Yes.
Okay, so the door, boom, slams shut. And you hear somebody trying to, like, shake the door, trying to break it down and figure out the door handle.
While this is happening, I pull up my shotgun and I'm aiming it at Marge, but I don't shoot yet. I'm just waiting to see what happens.
So she is actually on the other side of the door. The door is closed, but she's trying to get through.
I don't
that's
think
her.
I can hold
Okay,
it shut
okay.
myself.
Give me a strength check, Millie.
100.
Oh. So
A
as you hold the door closed, it bursts forward and boom, you get knocked back. You fall back and you crack your head, bam, on the floor behind you. Give me a Constitution check.
41 of 50.
And as the light seems to fade and it becomes like a pinhole, you shake your head and you snap out of it and sit bolt upright. Gun in right hand, person left, Marge Hockler about to swing down her hatchet, her meat cleaver.
I just fire a shot.
So go ahead and give me a firearms. Actually, your point blank range.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a firearms check with a bonus die.
Okay.
And we're gonna take the higher of the two rolls.
Okay. 49.
And
40.
Okay, and what's your... Oh, okay, it was 49 of 40?
Yeah.
Okay, but roll the tens dice again, because you get a bonus die, because you're point blank.
Oh, 18.
Okay, so 18, and your skill is 40. So you pull the trigger, bang! And you, why don't you roll a d6 and tell me how much damage you did?
4.
Okay, so she takes the shot in the gut, and falls backwards into the room, into the stairwell, and she's sitting on the ground, almost like a mirror image of you, except far more morbidly obese. Does anybody else want to help out? Finish her off, maybe.
I can try to take a shot at her from.
So you're standing on top above Millie, and she stumbled back into the stairwell. So she's what's your dexterity is low, so your point blank range is low. What's your handgun skill?
Handgun is 40.
Give me a handgun check. Are you gonna pull the trigger? Actually, I don't want to force your hand.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull the trigger.
Okay. So do you want to pull it once, or do you want to like go bang bang bang?
I think just once will be fine.
Okay, go for it. Give me a handgun check.
All right. That is a 31 out of 40.
Okay, give me a damage roll.
1 second. That is 6.
Okay, so she looks up at you and almost goes, "Nah!" And as she does, you pull the trigger and the bullet goes boom, through her mouth and blows out the back of her spine, and she boom, slumps down onto the ground.
Fuck! I think she's dead.
And that's when you hear coming up the hallway behind you, "Ha! We hoped we'd find you!" And as you turn around and see behind you, there are 3 men dressed in all white running down the hallway towards you. You see a glint of steel in 2 hands, and you see a gun in the other, and you hear bang, bang, as 2 gunshots ring out through the hallway. Both bullets hitting the walls behind you. As the guy with the gun continues to run and he stops shooting, and you notice a guy with a machete and another guy with a butcher's knife, and they're all closing the gap on you guys.
So I turn and point my shotgun towards them, but they're too far, so I don't take the shot yet.
They're reasonably far away, yes.
Yeah, I'm just watching with the gun pointed at them.
As you point the gun towards them, you notice them. They seemingly, as they're running, they're seemingly running in place. They're almost like trapped in time, almost like they're in this time loop, this weird time loop. And that's when you see, stepping from in between them, this young woman with a pretty face, wearing a nightgown, walking towards you, sometimes slow, sometimes fast, but always at the same gait. And as she reaches you, she opens her mouth to say something, but no words come out. And as she finishes moving her mouth, the words form.
End the life. End the channel.
Does anybody want to say anything to her?
And whose life?
What channel?
And before she can really answer you,
He cries out. He cries out.
Who's he?
and she's seemingly almost looking at you.
The middle of the universe is in room 313.
And slowly she begins working her way backwards, the same way she walked forwards towards you, moving her way backwards through the people who seemingly caught in time. And as she disappears, they begin running down the hallway towards you again.
I point my gun at them and shout, "What do you want?"
We wanted you! You and only you! And as they're getting closer and closer with their knives out, their machetes out, swinging wildly and smiling giddily. Yeah, Azathoth, yeah!
How far away are they at this point?
So they're coming up to about 30 feet away from you guys, but there is the stairwell that's still open behind you guys.
I'm gonna try and pull the guy I'm helping, peg leg, into the.
I have a
doorway
name,
with
you know.
Yeah, I'm
Not peg leg anymore.
Okay, fine. Knuckles.
So I have my shotgun cocked, ready to fire, but I don't fire. I just walk very slowly back towards the door while I keep it pointed at them. I'm not really paying attention to what everybody else is doing.
So, how many people are going through the doorway into the stairwell?
All of us.
Okay, so you're all in the stairwell now, we'll say?
Yep, and I want
So
to
they're
shut the
coming up.
door.
They're coming up 20 feet, 15 feet, 10 feet, 5 feet, and as this machete swings towards you, you close the door and you wait to hear the impact sound, but you never hear it. And the door doesn't try to force its way open.
All right, guys. It looks like we got to find room 301. Was it?
313.
313. Wasn't that what's his face's address?
Sticky Jack.
Sticky Jack.
It was
313 Curzon Street.
We gotta find 313.
Smelling a connection.
So I assume it hasn't been the 2 hours yet.
No, we'll call that about 1 hour of in-game time. Like, shit was going crazy for a while.
Okay.
So you're still reasonably paranoid, and you're almost like thinking to yourself, I'm saving this bullet for one of them. I know I am. That's why I have this bullet left.
Okay.
all right. Do we think that's up or down, guys? What number are we on currently on this floor?
It says floor 394.
But it said 16.
It did, didn't it?
So up or down, guys?
Let's go down.
Yeah, we haven't gone down yet. Let's do it.
Okay.
So you guys step over to the staircase, and you notice that there only you look down, and the staircase that you're in, the south staircase, appears to only be one flight of stairs. And as you descend the stairs to the next flight, you look up and you see floor 3 written on the wall.
Looks like the right floor.
Found the right floor, yeah.
And as you guys get to the landing, this light comes from behind you, goes down the middle of the stairwell, and enters the door that said floor 3.
Follow the light.
All right. Let's go through floor 3.
Yep, I follow.
Okay, so you guys open the door to floor 3, and it's a short hallway. It's almost as if this hallway has not been affected by the overwhelming change of time, except you notice one thing. As you open the door to floor 3, at the end of the hallway, another door opens in front of you, and you look down the hallway and you all see yourselves standing in the doorway. Everybody roll for sanity.
88.
Ooh.
8.
14 of 57.
Okay. Gerard.
55 of 50.
Ooh, so everybody loses one sanity point if you failed it. If you didn't, don't lose a sanity point. So who failed it?
John failed it.
I did.
John and Gerard. Okay, so John, you first. John, all of a sudden your arms feel very heavy, and you feel the weight of Gerard is just too much, and your arms drop from his sides, and he kind of falls onto the ground. Your hands feel numb. You can't move your fingers. You can't move your arms. You can't shrug. Your arms are just hanging uselessly at your sides. You drop the knife. For the next hour, you cannot use your arms.
Okay.
And for Gerard, you have gained a new mania, Gerard.
Oh, great.
You come down with claustromania. If you see a small space, you feel obsessively compelled to climb inside of it. So if there's any inclination that it might be a small space, you feel compelled to go into it.
Okay.
You guys sort of shake it off, and as you shake it off, you notice that the hallway, what you're looking down is a hallway that is seemingly a regular hallway again, and you see a window at the far end now, and it seems to be the afternoon again. And the hallway seems perfectly normal.
I look around for a door labeled 313.
So as you begin walking down the hall, you realize that you are at the ones side. So you start at 301 on the right, and then you see 302, then 303 and 304, then 305, then 306. And then all of a sudden, as you continue to walk, the next door, everybody who walks past Apartment 307, Gerard needs help because John can no longer help him.
Yep. I'm gonna say, hey guys, I can't seem to move my arms. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe it's the wound in my back has finally gotten to me, but I may be paralyzed.
I can kind of like hop on one foot, I guess.
Sure thing. So you guys slowly make your way down the hallway, and you make it all the way down the hallway, and everybody roll for power in front of room 307.
35 out of 70.
51 out of 55.
84 out of 55.
I rolled a 50 out of 80.
So I failed.
So everybody who passed suddenly feels their feet planted in place. When a deer sees headlights, it freezes, and this is no exception. You have this overwhelming sense of dread standing in front of this door, this particular door. And on the other side of the door, you begin hearing this sound that fills you with even more sense of dread. Millie has continued walking, and she turns and sees the three of you standing there, just shaking in your boots. So
I have no instinct.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
So the people who pass, their instincts are now on high alert, and they're like, what the fuck? What the hell is wrong with this room?
So it's a good thing that we noticed, not that we weren't unfazed.
Yeah,
Got it. Okay.
And I look back at them confused and just proceed to try and open the door because I don't see what the problem is.
To room 307?
Yeah.
The second you touch the door,
No, she
the
wasn't
door...
going to 307.
No.
I thought she was trying to go to the 313.
No, so she comes back to room 307, and as she touches the doorknob to room 307, the door swings open, and as it does, this horrible sound fills your ears, and you all grab your ears and fall to your knees, and before you know it, you look and see what's inside the room, and you see this mass, this gray mottled mass, as these tentacles begin coming out of the room and filling the hallway, reaching for you and grabbing for you. Everybody roll for sanity.
I got a 6.
You got a 6?
Yes, 006.
Yep.
26 out of 49.
Okay.
67 out of 57.
67 out of 57. Okay.
I got 90.
For those who passed, you all lose 1 sanity point. For those who failed, roll 1d10, please.
8.
7.
Oh, there's a lot of madness going on. Everybody is going through a bout of madness this time around. Tommy, you lose it. You see red everywhere, absolutely everywhere. You draw the shotgun from your cloak and point it at whatever the hell is inside that room, reaching out for you with these massive tentacles. You say, "I've had enough of this place!" and you waste the last shotgun shell. Boom! On the inside, and you hear, and then it screeches out. Wet, you immediately, Gerard, begins immediately pushing himself back, laughing hysterically as tears begin pouring out of his eyes. John, you come down with, 1 second, I need to look it up.
Okay.
Mellophobia. Every time you hear music, you're gonna start really shaking in your boots. You become terrified of music. And Millie, you also come down with mellophobia, so the two of you are horrified by the sounds that you're hearing as these masses reach for you.
So to be clear, should I remove the amount that I rolled on the D10 off of my sanity?
Yes.
Okay.
And these tentacles are reaching out for you, and rather wrathfully, they reach out and wrap one of these appendages reaches out and wraps around Tommy's leg and pulls him up so that he hits the ground. And he takes 1 point of damage from hitting his head on the ground. and he is suddenly being ragdolled throughout the hallway.
Ah!
The scream doesn't last for long as you take 7 hit points of damage. Roll for Constitution.
Fuck.
So Tommy takes 7?
Tommy takes 7 points, and you have to roll for. How much health do you have again?
I had 14. I just took 1 because you said I hit the ground.
Yeah, and then you took another 7, so
And
then
then another
8.
7.
So tick your major wound box, and we're gonna say that whatever this thing is just broke all of your ribs.
Okay, so I need to take 8 points off of my original HP.
And then tick major wound,
Okay.
and then roll for Constitution to see if you pass out from pain.
I got 35 out of, let me look what I had. I think. Okay, so I rolled a 35 out of 65.
So you just managed to stave off as this thing whips you down the hallway, and you feel your ribs crack, and you sit on the ground. And you're like, as you struggle to take a breath in, you feel this overwhelming sense of pain, and you just manage to stay awake, but you can barely push yourself up off the ground. And you look down the hallway, and you see this massive tentacles coming out of this room, attacking all of your friends. Anybody else want to take an action?
I want to take my 3 shots with the revolver.
So you're just gonna go bang, bang, bang?
Yep.
So you empty the rounds into the room, bang, 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 and the thing once again rears up and screeches in pain, and then it reaches out and lashes out at you, Wet. This tentacle poising up like a giant anaconda and slashing at you. What are you gonna do?
How much I can do. Well, I got 1 shot left. Can I try to?
You can try and dodge.
It's so low.
Because this thing is, you just attacked it. It's now its turn to attack you. You can either do nothing or try and dodge.
I guess I'll try and dodge.
Go for it. As you're weeping, crying with laughter.
That is a 28 out of 12.
Do you want to push luck?
Yeah, I can push luck. Let's do it.
All right. So you
16
move to dodge, and you forget that you're not using your peg leg, and you hit the ground. Boom! As the tentacle shoots over your head and misses.
Mm-hmm.
Does anybody else want to try anything else with this thing?
Not with this thing. I'm gonna try and get down the hall to 313.
So you're gonna run?
Heck yeah.
So you're running towards Tommy on the ground, who's like kind of pushing himself back, horrified by what he's seeing, and still going, "I'm sick of this place. I'm so sick of it." Like,
yeah, I reach in my pocket and pull out my switchblade, and I'm just holding it.
Okay.
But I'm still crawling backwards, like away from the monster.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna try and get myself behind the door and then throw my body against the door to try and close it.
Sure thing. So why don't you go ahead and give that a shot? So Millie climbs behind the door as it's going, getting hit by tentacles, and slowly she pushes it shut. Click. And the door closes as though nothing had happened in the first place.
I'll run over to Tommy and see if he's okay.
So you can go ahead and roleplay that between the two of you guys.
Tommy, what the hell?
Don't touch me.
Okay, I won't.
Tommy, these moments of pain had shaken you out of your craziness, and you're no longer untrusting of these people. You realize that there's no way in hell anyone could ever make something like that to try and prank you. So you snap to.
I don't know what came over me. Come help me, please.
And I'll try to, I don't know, wedge myself under his arm in some kind of way. I know that there's no way I can do it that won't hurt him.
I fold up my switchblade and put it back in my pocket since the monster's gone and I'm not paranoid anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to shout over at John and ask him why the hell he's not helping.
I'm going to remind her I cannot move my arms, so I am literally of no help for you in this. Would you like me to kick him? My plan was to kick door 313 and see if we can get out of this place. That was it.
It is at this time that while you're standing in the hall, a familiar shambling figure comes walking up to you once again.
Oh, God.
We all burn in cleansing fire. Fire will cleanse the tear.
And she stands before you for a second, seemingly frozen in time, before, once again, and disappears once again. And as she disappears from the hall, you all turn to look at each other and realize one other thing that has occurred somehow between her walking down the hallway and you turning to look at each other, maybe while you were blinking. All of a sudden, the whole hallway disappears, and you seem to be standing in this small room. And there is no other door except for room 313.
I'm gonna go over and start kicking it because I can't open the door with the handle.
I go over and reach for the doorknob because I see him kicking it.
So you move through excruciating pain and manage to just turn the door handle, and slowly the door creaks open. And the first thing you're met with is this smell of burning ash. And you look into the room, and it's almost like a full moon is all that is lighting this room. The room is dark, yet there is still light in it. Light is being cast in from the outside streets, or what you would consider, what you would think to be streets. But you're still seemingly ripped between places.
Let's go in, guys. This is the door that we were told to go to. Let's actually go in.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk in.
And Gerard, what do you do?
I hobble my way in behind them.
So as you hobble your way in behind them, everybody notices, and Millie, I'm assuming you walk in with them?
Yeah, my gun firmly in my hand.
As you guys enter the room, you look left and right. The first thing that you notice is that somehow this room is impossible to focus on. Walls seem to melt and disappear before you. The ceiling seems to reach the floor in some places, almost like it's a corner of the room without a wall. And it seems to always be shifting in shape, changing shape. Of the two doors in the room, you look to the right, and the door on the right is just a regular white wooden door. Could probably do with a little paint job. There's some wood chips missing. And as you turn and look on the door to the left, you are perturbed by what you see. The knots in the door are morphing and moving. Every part of the door seems to be moving and breathing outwards, almost like it's breathing. And at that time, you also notice that all of the cracks of the door have this bright white light, and the door is shaking in its frame. And this bright white light is shining from all the cracks of the door and the keyhole of the door. And as you're standing there, a light zips into the room and travels through the door on the left.
I guess we follow the light again.
Door on the left it is.
She said follow the light.
Okay. So what do you guys do? Keeping in mind, think about what's on the other side of this door. I'm actually going to have everybody roll make an extreme power roll.
Holy crap!
Did you
I
make
got
it?
a 13, and my extreme is 14. That's ridiculous.
85.
59 out of 11.
I just rolled a 14 out of 16.
It's kind of crazy, like when you see that kind of thing.
So, as John is the one to take the lead, and he sort of tries to move his hand, and as he moves this paralyzed limb onto the door handle, he says to himself, "No." And as that happens, the door behind you ka-choom, swings open, and you hear, "No, not that door! Not that door!" And as you turn around, you see this man standing before you, wearing a rather nice suit that is completely soaked through with blood. This man is covered in cuts and scrapes, bullet wounds, and all sorts of things are wrong with him. He is bleeding profusely from every cut, and yet he is still standing before you. And he looks at you and goes, "I've been stuck here forever. You have to kill me, please. Kill me. It won't let me go."
Why can't we open the door?
It's on the other side. The center of the universe is on the other side.
What's your name, sir?
Sticky! My name is Sticky! You have to kill me, please!
Sticky, do you have a dagger?
You see in his right hand, he lifts it up, and his skin is practically like morphed to the dagger, and he can't let it go. And he every now and again he keeps like stabbing himself just out of habit. And the knife goes all the way in and comes back out, creating a new wound that he bleeds profusely from. And he can't seem to die from his wounds.
Anyone got a way to light him on fire?
Can I take my last bullet and shoot him?
Yes, you can if you want.
I will do that.
Okay. So why don't you go ahead and explain what you do?
Okay, well, I kind of hobble my way over and I put my left arm around, I guess, Tommy's shoulder. And I got my pistol in my other hand. I just kind of level it right at his head. I just blow him away.
As you do that, you watch as this bullet rips through his eye, and it rips through his skull, and it sprays the back wall. And as he does, he turns and looks back at you. I've tried it already! Don't you see? I won't die!
Fuck.
Then how are we supposed to kill you?
Well, you hear from behind you. They did say that fire cleanses the tear. And as you turn around behind you, none other than Jacob Smith is standing in front of you, machete in one hand, wild grin on his face. Millie, Gerard, it's so good to see you again. I so hoped that it would be under different circumstances.
What are you doing here?
What am I doing here? Well, I'm here for the center of the universe, darling. That's why I hired Jack in the first place, to discover the dagger and the scrolls. I needed them in order to open a channel to the center of the universe where hope is strongest. And it seems that he has done this, and he turns around and he begins walking towards the other door. And Jack goes, "No, stop him!"
Why should we stop him, Jack? What's he gonna do?
He'll open it!
Have you seen what's on the other side?
Yes! Stop him! And as you say stop him, he's about one step away and he's reaching for the doorknob. Anybody want to take an action? Anyone at all? Millie, you got a gun again.
I'll just fucking bum rush him. This is what I did the last guy.
So you're
Or
gonna bum rush
when I
him?
got stabbed, so I might as well get stabbed again.
So
I'm gonna try and shoulder check his ass to the ground.
As you turn around to bum rush him, he stops and pivots on his hand and he reaches up with his hand at you and smiles and gives you a little wink. Give me a power check.
I have a 37 out of 70.
37 out of 70. Okay, that's regular. Okay, so coming out of his hand is this white ball of light. It's very instant. It's a flash of light that comes out of his hand, and it fills the room, and then the room begins to settle down. You're all able to see as your eyes come to, and as you come to, John's arms are working again, but he's holding them in front of his face, and to his horror, his hands are slowly, well, not slowly, quickly losing mass and becoming hard and leathery, as he can no longer move his muscles as they completely disintegrate under his arms and they become leather like a mummy. Well, that was a valiant effort, but if we're all done here, I have an appointment to keep with the Hope Giver. Now, if you'll excuse me. And he turns and he puts his hand on the door handle.
And I fire 3 rapid shots at him.
Okay, so go ahead and give me a handgun check. So for the first bullet, so roll your handgun skill.
(26 of 40).
So the first, give me a damage roll.
That's on a 10.
No, 6, 1d6. You're a small caliber pistol.
3.
Okay, so the bullet hits his shoulder blade and he reaches up. Ugh! Oh! Well, I hoped you wouldn't have been such a bitch about it. And you go ahead and take your next shot, except this time you have to deal with the recoil of the gun. So give me a roll with a penalty die, as well as the third roll with a penalty die. And tell me which bullets you managed to make and which don't.
I miss both.
Now you missed both, or you failed both. There's a difference.
Oh, I failed both.
Okay. So roll for damage, please, on both.
3 and 1.
The other 2 bullets, one, boom, hits John Smith right in his right buttock, and the other one grazes his neck. So those 4 points of damage are done to John Smith. John, how much health did that bring you down to?
Oh, I'm down to 3 health.
Listen, this is all a valiant effort, but I think I'm very much done with the lot of you. Iya, Azathoth, iya, as he turns around and puts his hand on the doorknob and turns the door. And what are you guys gonna do? Because he's about to open it.
I'm gonna try and go through the door first by like muscling my way, since he turned the handle, and be the first one through the door.
So, okay, so he turns the handle. Give me a strength check. So you're kind of fighting with him, right?
Yeah, kind of.
Give me a... Okay, well then we'll call it fighting brawl, made with a hard penalty, because so you have to do a hard roll on your fighting brawl. So I think you have to roll 12 or under in order to make this work.
Ah, damn! If only it had been hard. I got a 23.
You can spend luck. It's your only choice.
You know what? Fuck it. I'll spend luck. Yeah, I'll try that.
Up to the end. So you begin to struggle with him, and as you do, the doorknob that he had just managed to turn just managed to cause the latch of the door to loosen itself from its locking mechanism, and slowly the door begins to creak open. This bright white light filling the room. What does everybody do?
I throw myself at the door to close it.
The door is not opening outwards; it's swinging inwards. So if you throw yourself at it, you'll kick it open.
Okay.
I'm trying to go in. I'm gonna try and go in the room before he does. So I'm gonna push through.
Okay.
I say, damn this light, damn this man, and I run and I go in the other door, go into like the kitchen or whatever.
Are you gonna shut the door?
So you leave me to collapse?
I'm gonna keep the door open. I'm just gonna like back up in there and like watch from around the edge.
You're gonna watch?
Yeah, I'm just gonna watch what's happening.
Okay, Gerard, what are you doing?
Well, as he's running away, I want to like try to jump at him and punch him with my brass knuckle.
Well, he's not really running away from you. He's way on the other side of the room, and it's way too far for you to jump.
Oh.
But I'm gonna have Gerard roll for an idea, because everybody's kind of gone for their actions at this point. So Gerard, roll for an idea.
What does that go against?
Intelligence.
Okay. That is a 38 out of 70.
Shield your eyes. That's the only thing you can think of. Shield your eyes.
Okay. I shield my eyes.
Okay, so as that happens, Millie, I think Millie, you said you were charging at him?
Yeah.
Tommy, you got into the room, but you're watching from the room, correct?
Yeah, but it hasn't opened yet.
It hasn't opened yet.
The light.
Gerard, you're covering your eyes, and John, you've opened the door.
Yep.
John, what you see before you, you have no idea how to fathom. Your brain can't comprehend what you see, and neither can Millie nor Tommy, even though they're as far away as they are from the door. What you're looking at is seemingly a cluster of stars and darkness and light and a mass of just everything, except every section of light that you see is blinking at you. Eyes as big as Earth is what you get the sense of, as well as this massive swarm of these giant gray mottled creatures with massive tentacles swimming around this giant mass, millions and millions and millions of them, playing this horrible, horrible song that you can now is echoing throughout the entire apartment. Everybody, roll for sanity.
Somebody was scared of music, I remember.
Oh, both John and Millie are.
So John and Millie hear the music and they're sort of shaking in their boot. They start shaking in their boots. Everybody roll for sanity.
I rolled a 34 of 49.
Okay.
52 out of 48.
Okay.
78.
Well, Gerard, you don't have to roll. You shielded your eyes.
Oh yeah, that's right. Duh.
Sorry, Millie, you rolled a what?
78.
Okay. And Tommy, you rolled... Tommy?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I already said it. I rolled a 34 out of 49.
So that's a pass. Millie failed. John, what did you get?
27 out of 51.
27 out of 51. Okay, well, because you got the full brunt of it, I'm going to consider it a failure regardless.
Oh yeah, I don't think I'm pretty sure I'm crazy.
Those who passed roll 1d10 sanity loss. Those who failed, roll 1d100 sanity loss.
Oh, I am at 0. I got a 76.
Okay.
I rolled an 8.
Mm-hmm.
So I was at 49, so now I'm at 41.
What did you roll, Millie?
88.
So slowly, the three players, Jacob, Millie, and John, standing before the door, begin to twitch erratically as they start saying "Ea, Ea, Azathoth, Ea." And as they do, you guys can't see it, but their eyes go sheet white. Their jaws drop as wide as they can, and they begin walking through the door. And as they walk through the door, the whole apartment is shaking, and it's almost like an earthquake is happening. And as that happens, Tommy watches as these tentacles seemingly appear from out of their faces, and their bodies begin to turn inside out as they turn into these horrifying creatures swimming around the center of the universe. And they slowly swim off, and the door slams shut, and everything is still. And in the silence, Sticky goes, "I said not to open it." Tommy, we got to roll for your sanity.
Okay, roll again.
So no. Well, no, because you rolled your sanity loss. You rolled 8, so your bout of madness just occurred, and your bout of madness. In your bout of madness, you in your pain and in your anguish, you look in the room and you see that Jacob Smith has dropped his machete, and you pick it up and you walk at Sticky Jack, and with this overwhelming sense of pain, you take a breath and go, "This will never happen again," and bring the knife down on Jack's neck. And I'm giving you control back of your character now that you've seen that you've buried your a machete in this guy's neck.
So I guess that depends on like how he reacts.
So you're now back in control of your character. In your insane break, you've started cutting off his head. And he looks at you and goes, "Yes, yes, please, yes."
Okay, so I'm distressed, and I'm like, "Are you sure?"
"Yes, kill me."
So I pull the machete back and I try again. I swing again.
Go ahead and give me we're going to consider it an automatic. Why don't you go ahead and give me a damage roll on the machete, which is 1d8.
I got a 2.
Okay, so you cut through and you stop at the bone. "Harder, do it harder."
Okay, so do I swing again? Okay,
You can swing again if you want, or you can so give me a Constitution check.
So my Constitution is 65, and I rolled an 89.
So as you rear up with this machete again, you take a breath, and the pain is filling you so with anguish that you feel your legs buckle, and the light in the room, what light there is left, slowly turns into a pinhole, and you lose consciousness. And Gerard, you look down and you see the machete in his hand, and you feel the need to pick it up and continue the work.
All right, well, I pick up the machete.
Now you have a damage bonus with melee weapons, right?
Yes, I do.
So you do 1d8 plus 1d4 damage, please.
Okay. D8 plus D4. That is 2 damage. I got 1 on each one.
Wow.
So once again, you cut through starting at a new place. Seemingly like just hacking mindlessly again and again and again at this one spot on his neck, trying to get through, and he just won't die. Give me one more damage roll, please.
The same thing?
Same thing.
All right. That is 9 damage.
You swing down hard and go, "Ah!" And the machete shing, cuts through. And as it does, once again, the whole room feels like it's shaking. And slowly, you're not passing out, but the light begins to fade from your eyes regardless. And everything fades to black. And in the darkness, you think to yourself, "Am I dead?" And it's the only reason you think to yourself, "No, I'm still alive." And as you think that, you hear the sound of rain. And in the sound of rain, your eyes flutter open, and you see yourself sitting in this apartment And you sit bolt upright and you look through the apartment, you look at the clock on the wall and it says 6:15. And you look over and Tommy sits up next to you. And he takes a breath and coughs up blood. Yeah. And as he does, he takes a breath and realizes it doesn't hurt the same way it did before. It's not as painful. And you look down at your peg leg and it's back. And you realize that you're the only two in the room.
Gerard, where's Jack and Millie and Tom? And John.
Don't look at me. I don't know. Space?
Was it a dream?
Didn't feel like any dream I've ever had.
As you sit talking in the room, you realize that there are 3 bodies lying on the bed. That of Millie, that of John, and that of Sticky. And as you stare at the bodies, you watch as they rapidly decay as though they rotted 3 weeks in 1 minute.
Oh, God.
What the hell?
In Jack's hand is a dagger, and in his other hand is a scroll. The items that he stole.
He still has the things that he had when there was the monster and the door.
We could take them for ourselves, I guess, or
I'm not touching them.
Or we could destroy them.
Make a no roll, or make an idea roll, both of you. Check against intelligence.
I rolled a 79 out of 65.
I got a 47 out of 70.
Gerard, you have the idea that it pops into your head that Mordecai the Hammer O'Leary specifically told you that if you couldn't get the money that Sticky Jack owed you, you were to deliver the items that he stole instead.
This is the stuff we needed to return.
How about you take one and I take the other? I'm not touching both of them. He's got one in each hand and he ended up dead.
All right. We could try it. But you're
I'll
picking up
take
that
the
one
paper.
first.
I'll take the paper.
I'll take the knife.
I reach out to grab the paper.
So you both respectively take the items from the rotting hand of Jack. And you're both left standing in the room, one of you holding this ancient dagger and the other holding an ancient scroll. What do you do from here is up to you.
I wonder if we're back where we started, Gerard. Is your car out there?
I look out the window to check for my car.
And sure enough, you see parked outside is your car, as though it had only been parked there for the 5 minutes that you've been in the building.
Look, these items clearly have some kind of crazy power. Do we really want to go handing that over to a mafioso? That's my question.
If we don't, we're in deep shit.
Maybe, maybe not. We hold the power now. We got the items. We don't have to just give them over.
How much money was it he said he needed if we didn't give the items back?
Whatever Jack owed.
Let's look around the room and see what we find.
All right. Spot hidden check or something?
You guys are searching the room?
Yeah.
Sir, so you guys spending a little bit of time searching the room? Trying to find something?
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna look around, see what we can find.
So both of you roll spot hidden with a bonus die.
When you say with a bonus die, does that mean roll twice and use the better?
That means roll the tens die twice and use the better of the two. So leave the singles dice. So I'll give you an example. I just rolled 59. I'm leaving the 9 and I'm re-rolling the 50. And I got a 49, so I go with the 49.
Okay. So I rolled a 23, but then I rolled the 10 and I got a 1, so that gives me 13, right?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so I got 13.
So, as you're searching, you find this envelope, as well as a set of instructions written in very neat handwriting. And the note at the top says, "From the desk of Jacob Smith." And it is instructions to do 3 lifts in one night. A testament to the talent that was Sticky Jack, in that he did do the 3 lifts in one night. But something went horribly wrong during that time. The second thing you find in the envelope is a forward payment, a down payment on the stealing of $75.
Well, what do you say, Gerard? We give the $75, and we don't give the items.
Yeah, we went through hell for these items. Give them the money.
But what do we do with them is the question. I don't want it.
We can do whatever we want with them. Personally, I want to keep this dagger. Shit's got power. You should keep that scroll.
I don't want what happened to Jack to happen to me. And quite frankly, I would rather never see anything like I just saw again.
That's your call. Well, I definitely don't think we should hand over both those items to the mob. So what you do with your item is your choice. But I'm going to keep mine.
All right, let's go. I'm just gonna put the paper in my pocket for now and fold it up. I'm not gonna do anything with it yet, but I don't think I'm gonna give it to what's the mob boss's name?
Mordecai the Hammer O'Leary.
Yeah. I'm not gonna give this to O'Leary. I don't think.
Yeah.
So we grabbed the $75, and I asked Gerard if he's ready to get in his car.
I'm ready. I hobble over to the car.
So you guys make it to the car, and you get in the car, and you drive your way back to Hogan's Bakery. And you head upstairs and knock on the door. Come in. You guys enter the room. And Mordecai looks up and goes, "Well, what did you find? I'm assuming you found either my money or the items that were stolen. If you think that, seeing as you're back."
Yeah, we got your money, Mordecai.
Well, you did. Let's see it then.
We flip the money at him.
This is $75. He did quite well. Normally he only pays me 50. Thank you. And he pockets all of it. Where are the other two then?
They couldn't make it.
Roll for fast talk.
Damn you. I rolled an 8 out of 5, though.
Roll for luck. Push for luck.
Yeah. Let me use my luck. Luck.
Do you want do you want an extreme success? Or just
I'm gonna use all my. I'm gonna use 8 luck points, right?
You can push it to as high as an extreme success, but you can't push to a critical. You can only roll criticals.
Okay, so I can roll it to a 2, right?
Yes, you can.
Okay, so I'm gonna use 6 luck points and go to a 2.
Well, you'll let them know then that I'm impressed with the work they've done. You'll have to, we'll be in touch. I like the work that you've done. I might hire you again. I hope you're up for the task at hand.
our debts are clean?
They're clean. Yeah, they are.
Thank you, Mr. O'Leary. You have no idea how thankful we are.
Well, I hope that you remember that you are. And he smiles. You two have a good night then. Maybe I'll see you at the North Side Speakeasy tonight.
Definitely.
The funerals that were held for those that didn't survive the events of 22 Curzon Street were very juxtaposed. John Smith having a small funeral, sparsely attended, and Millie having a massive funeral, tended by hundreds, to say goodbye to the wonderful assistant to the magician known as Septimus, who gave her a beautiful eulogy. All who experienced the events of 22 Curzon Street carried their scars with them. Every day when the sun sets and the darkness rolls in, they are haunted by visions only seen in nightmares and sounds only known to those whose sanity has been cast aside. The infinite void speckled by stars reminds all those who live to tell the tale that whatever lay in the space beyond the stars, reaching into the cosmos, is far more monstrous and sinister than whatever lays in the hereafter beyond the veil of death.